אשת חיל נמצא ורחוק מפניני ממך,
באת בלב בעלה ושלל לא יחסר.
גמל טוב ולא רע כל ימי חייה, דרשה צמר ופשתים פטס וחפץ כפיה.
אולי תבוא להיות סוחר ממרחק תבין לחמה,
ותקום לעוד לילה
ותיתן טרף לביתה וחוק לנערותיה, סמם השדה ותיקחהו מפריחה ועלת הקרב, חדרה בעוצמותיה ותן מצרותיה.
למה כי טוב סחרה לא יחבה בלילה נר ידיה, שילחה בקישו וחפיה תמכופה עליך.
כפה קרסליאני וידיה שילחה ליבול דירה לבית המשלג ככל ביתה לבושני. מרבדים עשתה לה שש בה כמה לבושה, נורדה בשער עם בעלה בשבטועים מזיקניה וצלית נסה בתלתו חרדון נקנה לקנני עושה ואדם לבושה ותשחק ליום אחרון. היא פתחה בחוכמה בתורת חסד על לשון
סופיה הליכות לביתה ולחם עצות אוכל.
כמובניה וישוע בעלה ויהלל על כל בנות עשו חיים ועלית על כולנה. שקר לכם והבל היופי אישה יראת אדוני, היא תתהלל תנו לה מפרי ידיה והללוה בשערים מעשיה.
אשת חיל נמצא ורחוק מפניך, פתח בלב בעלה ושלל לא יחסר.
Hey, welcome everyone. Back after 8 days. I mean, maybe there's something that I'm joking. It just happens to be that didn't have the energy to go live last night. But yeah, welcome back everyone, and welcome back, Ram.
Thank you, Ariel. Great to be back.
So, yeah, I mean, this is a song I've brought up on multiple occasions, but I'm viewing it in a bit of a different context now. So, what would you take away as basically the moral of that song, or not the moral, but like what's that song conveying?
I don't know the Hebrew well enough to go there, Ariel. I was just enjoying the song.
Oh, you weren't able to see the.
Right. Oh, I wasn't paying that much attention to it. I was just enjoying the song. So why don't you start with what you were going with, and I'll chime in.
All right. Well, let's see. I think is this. Oh, right here. Let me just make sure. I had it pulled up, but maybe it looks like it might have gotten. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to find it again. So, let's see. Okay, here it is.
So the fun thing with the serpent is, how does the serpent talk? What? And not only that, but why is the serpent?
A woman of valor. Her pride.
Here, 1 second. Okay, so here's the lyrics.
A woman of valor. Her price is beyond pearls. She seeks wool and flax. She works it with the will of her hands. She is like the merchant ships. She brings her food from afar. She rises when it is still night. She gives food to her household. She contemplates a field, and purchases it. From the fruit of her hands, she plants a vineyard. She advises that her merchandise is good. Her lamp does not go out at night. She spreads out her hand to the poor man, and she stretches her hands out to the needy. She makes a cloak and sells it. She opens her mouth with wisdom, and instruction of kindness is on her tongue. She supervises the ways of her household. Many women have acquired wealth, but you surpass them all. Give her of the fruit of her hands, and her deeds will praise her in the gates.
So, what do you take away from that?
Yeah, that's the verse we've been working on, and I definitely agree with you. There's a certain harvest aspect to it. It ties into that whole scarlet worm we've been working on, and I believe you were going with the cannabis today.
Yeah, so one of the things that's mentioned, so Darshat Semer Upishtim, so she seeks out Semer, wool, Upishtim, and flax or linen. But the thing is, later it says, was it, I'm trying to think, it's, Oz V'Hadar Lavusha, was it strength on our clothing? No, it's a different verse. It's, was it, Sheish ve'argaman lavusha v'tischak le'yom acharon. So Sheish ve'argaman lavusha. So her clothing are sheish and argaman, are purple and sheish. And sheish is this one thing that I've been talking with Chris Bennett a bit about this, and he's not convinced that there's enough, connection to really be drawn. But it's not like he thinks that it's not the case. He just doesn't think there's enough evidence, if that makes any sense. But so I don't want
you need to explain what your case is here before we go into whether there's enough evidence or not.
Well, so yeah, I don't want to put the cart before the horse.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So basically, one second. I just need to clear up some space real quick. All right. So there we go. That should do it. So basically, that I've been talking with him about this connection between the sheish and the ishisha. So the sheish is this fiber that was used to make clothing. It's also, it's translated as fine linen, but even this term fine linen is, we use the word linens to refer to fabric. It's a colloquialism, but where it gets really interesting is when you start comparing the term sheish to the name of an Egyptian goddess, Sheshat or Seishat. And what's interesting is she's also connected with this one plant called Shemshemet. And if you were to drop the mems or the mu sound from Shemshemet, you'd get, what would that be? Shem. So it'd be Sheshet. Yeah, Sheshet. And basically the idea is, so you have terms, you have colloquialisms that were used to refer to cannabis that were seen as pagan, and so they end up just getting replaced in the Hebrew Bible with the term cannabosum. It's very basic. It's kind of like instead of calling something weed, you'd call it cannabis. But what's interesting is in Assyria, we know that cannabis was called simishara, or the plant or drug or aromatic of Ishara or Asherah. And we know that in Egypt, Shemshemet was associated as being connected with Ra, the sun god, as well as being connected with Seishat, the goddess of wisdom.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, and I was looking up here that they have Shemshemet as being used by women in Egypt in order for to cool the uterus is the term they have here.
Yeah,
And
they also used it for glaucoma.
well, I was going to say that's modern usage too. So,
well, I mean, both usages are. I mean, think about it. What does cooling the uterus mean? It's probably a reference to some sort of fibroids or other uh, uh, like other health conditions that they could feel, but they didn't necessarily know exactly what was causing it. And so you feel the pain or you feel the heat, the fire, and so you need something to make that fire go away. And so what makes fire go away? The opposite of fire, cold.
oh, actually, my take on it is much more general than that one. It's basically used in order to calm the contractions and stuff. It's used for women in labor, issues with menstruation, things like that one. And it seems like much more of a conscious, calculated usage than this. We have this pain, this works on it. This looks much more calculated and formulated and targeted. Basically, what's that?
How is that not calculated? Like you realize it works, so you use it for those things. I just think it's a distinction without a difference.
I guess we're agreeing on the origin and more or less where it got picked up on later and it continued from the origin. Because it's one of those where you have your first initial discovery, but then it gets developed into the ritual and everything else. And where I'm looking at it is by the time it was written down and we're reading it as Shemshemet, that it's become the ritualized thing, and it's entirely a conscious calculation there, and they built upon it. Sort of like what we're talking about, what Dr. Alman talks about with later on more in the Hellenistic and the Roman Empire era.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of where I was going at as I was looking at it more specifically at the layer of the writing and the word, not the original origin, and seeing the original origin like you. It was stumbled upon at accidents, happenstance, synchronicity, whatever you want to call it. And later on, it got developed and formalized and perfected. Mm-hmm. Kicking it back to you.
It's also worth mentioning that the term sheish, it seems to originate within an Egyptian context. Because later you have a word that basically gets translated the same thing, but it's butz or bisus, and this is within a Greco-Persian context that it's being used. So shesh is almost exclusively used to refer to something in a context of Egypt, and it probably just has to do with the linguistics more than anything, I would guess, but I might be wrong. Anyway, here, let's get into this.
Seshet, goddess of wisdom. This entity is classified as a neter per Kemetic belief systems, but later translated to a goddess at Greek or Greek Egyptian mythologies. She comes to us from the culture of North African, Kemetic, and later Egyptian civilizations. Seshet was seen as the goddess of wisdom, knowledge, and writing, and was considered to be the scribe of the gods. She is credited with the invention of both.
Pia patcha b'chochma. She opens her mouth in wisdom, and the teaching or the Torah of kindness is upon her tongue. Like, it's basically saying the words of wisdom are upon her lips or upon her mouth. And I don't know, it's interesting because she's the goddess of wisdom, Sisha.
Writing and of the alphabet. And she was known as the goddess who measured and recorded the world. As the Lady of Builders, she was the matron of...
Wow. So there's a definite connection to this idea of like Lady Wisdom being the architect, the Lady of Builders. This is huge. And then also she's associated with the measuring rods or the measuring lines that were used to actually chart out the plots. And furthermore, that if she's associated with the alphabet, she's also associated, because there's this idea that whenever you see Aleph, Taf, Et in Hebrew, that it represents like the I mean, it represents God, but like it represents specifically like the feminine part of God, because it's understood that the Hebrew alphabet is also like in an esoteric way is her. I mean, not specifically Seshat, but I would argue that there is this connection.
Yeah, no, we discussed that about how the alphabet itself being feminine, as well as the Torah as well. One of the things that I'm noticing here is, as much as people tie the Jewish tradition to the Canaanite religions and all, this shows just how strongly the resonance between Egypt and the Jewish religions are, which is one that I think either has been downplayed or ignored a lot of the time.
Well, I think that, I mean, that's another maybe distinction without a difference, because the Canaanites were influenced by the Egyptians.
Well, I'm saying more the Egyptian pantheon as opposed to Baal, Isis, and more of the Mesopotamian pantheon. Sort of a balance between the two. Because we're pulling Sheshet out of the Egyptian pantheon here, and that's what I'm saying is you probably have a lot of correspondence there that I don't, at least from my opinion, I haven't seen the scholarship on it exploring it to the same depth that I've seen the connections between Jewish tradition and Mesopotamia. And I think some of that might be because of the stigma of the whole enslavement in Egypt, and the Exodus has to do with, it's a distasteful topic, so I can understand people not wanting to explore it from that standpoint as to what impact that might have had.
Interesting.
Of architecture, astronomy, and mathematics, known as she who was foremost in the library. Seshet is usually depicted wearing a panther skin as a symbol of priestly office. She often carries a palm frond carved with notches to mark the passing of years. As goddess of writing, Seshet was the keeper of royal annals
I'm
and
sorry,
genealogies,
that's not a palm frond.
and she was shown in...
That's not a palm frond.
It's a happy palm frond.
A hempy palm frond.
Ha ha ha. Nice catch.
Happy hempy.
artwork recording the booty from kings after battle, perhaps as a reminder that a share was due to the gods. Seshat was said to even descend into the underworld to record everything that happens in the realm of the dead. From her earliest mention in the Second Dynasty, she was shown assisting kings to lay out the foundations for temples and align them with the stars and the planets. And in the divine realm, Seshet was in charge of building and the construction of mansions of the other Neters or gods. She was sometimes assisted in these tasks by the gods of sight and hearing. Seshet also built mansions in the west for the fortunate dead. She was occasionally identified as an aspect of the goddess Nephthys. In the coffin text, Seshet is said to be angry at a child that she gives birth to, just as later traditions would identify Nephthys rejecting her son Anubis. And other coffin texts, Thoth and Seshet bring writing to a man in the realm of the dead. And these writings were spells that could help the dead person to vanquish terrors of the underworld and to become a more powerful spirit. She is also the sister of the lion-headed goddess Bast. And in later mythology, she is said to be the scribe of Hatshepsut, the 18th dynasty female pharaoh. Her headdress consists of a seven-pointed star, or more aptly described, a seven-petaled flower, which is associated with the cannabis plant. It is written that Seshet opens the door to heaven for you, and this is often translated as a reference to the psychotropic effects of the cannabis plant. Cannabis itself is mentioned as a medicine in several ancient Egyptian medical texts. Rasmussen's third papyrus, which is dated back to 1700 BCE, Eber's papyrus dated to 1600 BCE, the Berlin papyrus dated to 1300 BCE, and the Chester Beatty 6th papyrus dated to 1300 BCE. And because of this association with Hashett and the cannabis plant, There has thus been born a modern veneration of this goddess, and her worship still persists unto this day within this subculture. And it is through this association that she has earned the moniker Seshat, the Queen of Cannabis.
Did you pick up on the huge stuff in there?
Which
That
one?
follows up. That follows up on what we were talking about the other night. What they were talking about who Sheshet was considered the daughter of from a human standpoint.
Hatshepsut?
Yeah.
I thought it said she was her scribe.
What, she was Hatshepsut's scribe?
That's what it said.
Okay, I thought they were talking about it being a daughter, but tying it to Hatshepsut is huge, especially the whole 18th dynasty. Because if you remember, we were talking about Asherah versus Astarte. That was the difference between the 18th and the 19th dynasty. 18th dynasty, which was Amos the First through Tut and all, including Akhenaten and Hatshepsut, was the ones who brought Asherah worship into Egypt. She was the one there, and she was replaced with Astarte when the 19th dynasty was the Ramessides came in. And the reason why Hatshepsut in particular is so important is she was that female pharaoh that was erased from history. And I identified her along with the whole Akhenaten and the expulsion of the Hyksos at the beginning of the 18th dynasty as one of the likely touchstones, components of the whole Exodus story. And with Hatshepsut, you have to go with her basically advisor / lover, Senenmut, who was the high priest, who basically vanished from the historical record probably about, I want to say, what was it, halfway, 2/3, 3/4 of the way through Hatshepsut's reign. And that's where I'm sitting there looking at that. Maybe he was a Moses character that left with the whole Levite priest contingency as part of the whole overall that was woven into the whole Exodus narrative. So that's why I'm keying in there that there's definitely something going on there with the whole 18th dynasty Asherah worshippers. Yeah. Tagging to you, Ariel.
So, I mean, it's interesting. So the name Hatshepsut apparently was archaically Hatasu. But what I was saying is, like, maybe I'm total speculation. I have no clue. But there might be some connection between Hatshepsut and Hat or Chet, which is the Hittites, or Hatusa, maybe. I really have no clue. But the other thing I was thinking is Hatshepsut or Shapasut. You possibly have the root for Shapash, or the sun goddess in Canaan.
A lot of connections between the 18th dynasty and the Mari kingdom, which was in the northern Mesopotamia up towards the Urartu area. They had a lot of intermarriage there going on, so that could definitely be a connection as well.
Interesting. So let's see. So the other thing that I thought was really interesting is this connection with what is it? The like that she opens the gates of heaven.
Oh, that was another one I was going to say, is when they were talking about her affecting dreams, building in the afterlife and all that one. That clearly seems to be a connection with cannabis and the creative aspect and the ability to create via dreams and all of that one. At least that's what I was picking up on. What do you think, Ariel?
Yeah, I definitely think there's something there. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the next video because I just need a moment before I start reading from one of Christmas books. let's
Yeah.
see. Yep.
No, I was just going to say, I think you're definitely pointing. We've been definitely mining some of the connections between the 18th dynasty and the Jewish religion that I don't know how well explored it's been, but I think it's interesting stuff to unmine. Kicking to you.
Sorry, give me one moment.
Oh, no problem. But yeah, no, it definitely has the feeling of definitely the Lady of Cannabis with what they were talking about there. Definitely a good aid to wisdom in the sense of tends to wipe away a lot of the momentary concerns. And the tie that they have there in the whole uses for labor, pregnancy, menstruation, definitely emphasize would link a huge tie between cannabis and the feminine. Since that would be, such a huge inherent use of it there, that would be an inescapable connection back in the day. How are we coming along, Ariel? Should I keep vamping?
Yeah. Sorry, almost right.
No problem. Yeah, no, it's interesting that Sheshat is the daughter of Mot and Thoth, where she's basically the goddess of the scribes and writing, and Thoth is the god of wisdom, sort of the goddess as the daughter.
Sorry, I just I had to step away for a moment. So, he is risen. Yes, I'm back from my suspension. So, yeah, I'll also just take this time to.
Hi, Jason.
Yeah, hey Jason. So here, I just want to take this time to redirect people to this new channel where I'm going to mainly be doing streams, and then the edited content will probably be appearing on Asherah's Orchard, just because I really cannot risk honestly, really, it really affected me because I've really been enjoying streaming, and yeah, I don't want to be locked out for 2 weeks. So at least this way, sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, that almost makes me look like we should have had a Meatloaf soundtrack coming in. No, that definitely makes sense. You don't mess with people who you don't understand why they make their decisions. Just not worth it. But like I said, getting back to it, the whole 18th dynasty, and again, explain a little more of the my thoughts on the Exodus. I'm going with that pluriform interpretation with that individual tribe and nation, with the Hyksos expulsion being the nation level, the sentiment under Hatshepsut being the tribe of Levi leaving as the tribe level, and then you would have later on with the Akhenaten, whatever happened during that period as being when the whole individual of Moses existed. Again, don't have enough facts to rule out either Akhenaten as Moses or as the Pharaoh of the Exodus. Either one could work. Just need more data, need more resolution.
Okay, sorry. I'm back for real this time. So yeah. Also, ignore my subscriptions. I don't know half the shit I'm subscribed to. I probably disagree with more than half of the stuff I am subscribed to. I mainly
it's always good to hear the alternative positions.
But anyway, so yeah, so this is my new channel. So this is actually my old channel. It's you can see this is actually going all the way back to 2013. So the reason I didn't use this for my original channel was actually because I don't like the. Yeah, honestly, I hate the. Well, it's not that I hate it, but for this, I hate the user or the email. So that's why I made a new one. But because I already have the other one, I'm just going to use the other email for everything. So it's not really a big deal that I use this one. But anyway, so yeah, if y'all ever want to watch live streams, it's probably going to be here, and then edited content or stuff that I know for sure is not going to get struck. So, I mean, basically, I'm going to maybe be a bit more relaxed about what, I mean, probably still I'm going to be careful, but basically anything that's kind of like, oh, you know, I'm tired, I'm not like fully paying attention to everything. Like, oh, you know, this might be an issue. So with that, I'm going to do stuff like that here. And then hopefully there's a bit of a buffer, but then also, so, I mean, again, I really don't even think I did anything wrong because, I mean, that's another story, but it's just, I mean, YouTube is becoming its own demiurge. It's really wild. And I do want to make a video on that sometime.
Oh yeah, no, we definitely have to do that whole something on that whole corporation as an egregore, the spiritual aspects of corporations.
That's awesome. Wait, again? Or like, sorry, it's like all the days are starting to blur together because he had them on, or he had Dr. Henry on. I don't know if no, it was Dr. Henry and it was Litwa, I think. Never mind. Okay, so yeah, okay, sorry, I'm like getting things mixed up. But yeah, I've been a bit out of touch with Neil. I think he's just been super busy lately. But
oh yeah, no, I think Neil's trying to get caught up because he was sick there for a while and fell behind, and he's definitely pumping out a lot more content right now. So
yeah, and thanks for the sub, Jason. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out. Weren't you? Oh no, because I didn't do it on this channel yet. I was like trying to figure out like, weren't you subbed already? But no, that's why. Yeah, it was last time. So anyway, and then yeah, I was like, good to see you streaming again. Yeah, thanks. It feels good. I mean, honestly, I'm going to be honest. I definitely feel more of this like you know, the whole idea of like was it parasocial relationships or whatever, where you know, like when you have someone who's streaming or whatever, and then you're watching someone and you feel like you know them or whatever. It's like in some ways I kind of feel like I feel it more the other way. I've never really felt like I knew someone just from watching them, but more so I feel like I know people from streaming, like and kind of talking to them that way. It's interesting because in some ways it feels, and I think maybe that's one of the benefits of having such like a small audience right now is that you actually can engage with people. It's not parasocial, at least not yet. So I mean, you know, that's one of the nice things, and I mean, also a downside to when you do grow, but it's kind of like the good with the bad and the bad with the good.
well, this is the first I've heard that term parasocial.
You've never heard that before?
No, I haven't. And I always viewed it as one. There are certain streamers, and they're presenters, they're packages that are empty, that they're just kind of flowing content through. And, you know, there's nothing wrong like that. That's what an actor is. And I don't think that people have to reach that stage. You just have to stay genuine. Don't sit there and pretend is probably the biggest thing. Does that make sense to you?
Definitely, yeah. So, let's see. What was I looking for before? It was, dang it. I absolutely forgot what I was from. Oh, right. Let's see. Something to do with Seisha. Oh, no, it was Shemshemet, I think. That's what we're looking for. So,
I was going to say, if you want to go that route, I had something to say about the fine linen aspect when you run out of stuff there.
Ooh, this should be good.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Photo?
No, a video for YouTube.
Okay, YouTube.
Yep. What's up, guys? So right now I'm in Egypt. This is a Nubian village.
Yeah.
What's the name of the village here?
Yeah, I feel you. Happy at 500 subs. That keeps it more intimate with the audience. Anything above that is just a bonus. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of interesting because, I mean, yeah, it's like you definitely have this community, but it's like there's a Goldilocks zone to it. And, like, you know, too few people, and it's, you know, you're basically talking to yourself. Too many people, and you're not really talking to anyone. You're talking to a collective. And that's kind of like when it really gets, I mean, it's not bad, but it's a different paradigm. see. As a closeted atheist surrounded by fundamentalist evangelicals, I really appreciate communities like this. I'm grateful for your level of research and discourse. Thanks. I mean,
thank you, Ria.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is just, I mean, looking into this stuff is what makes me happy, and I'm glad that other people enjoy it as well, because at the end of the day, I don't really see, I mean, it's kind of interesting, like, I don't know if I would do it if no one else was interested, to be completely honest, because, like, yeah, I mean, there's stuff to it, but if no one else is interested, if you're the only one who's looking into something, you might be the only one that's right about something, but it's kind of like what's the point if you're right but nobody else knows it? Like, at the end of the day, there's this idea of being happy in your own truth, but at the same time, like, if there's something so true that that only you see it, it's like, I mean, that's getting into a whole another topic, but yeah, it's I don't know. It's interesting because I feel so tied to the Hebrew Bible, but the thing is that so many people feel tied to their interpretations of it rather than the actual text itself.
No, you hit on a very key point there, Ariel, and I wanted to throw back to some of what you're talking about the community and the size, and that has to deal with Dunbar's number. And that was basically worked out in the whole, 50s corporate environment, where it's basically your ideal team is about 7 people with 1 leader, and then you basically want to do a level up of that with, again, another 7 leaders. There's another team with a head leader. And so it's like you have those breakdowns. It's like group of 7, size of about 50. Multiply that by 7, so about 350. About 350 is about the level that most people can handle even nominal social contact, contacts with each other and maintain friendships or relationships. The other issue is that once you get more than 2 levels higher or lower in the hierarchy, you pretty much have lost contact with those people, because you really only interact with the people on your level, a level above, or level below. And just any thoughts on that one? That's just part of my research on that community aspect.
I mean, not particularly, just because it's not really, in my area of expertise, but it's interesting. Let's see. So,
is here village Garbis Hill.
Garbis?
Sehel.
Sehel.
Yes.
Garbis Sehel.
Garbis Hill.
What's your name?
My name is Mr. Wolf.
Mr. Wolf?
Yes.
Nice to meet you, Mr.
Nice
Wolf.
to meet you. What's your name?
Dakota.
Dakota. Where you from?
From America.
America. Very good.
Thank you.
Allah يخليك.
Cool.
تفضل.
You want to say anything to YouTube?
YouTube, yeah. Welcome, America.
Cool. See you. So this is my guest house right here. It's called Artika. And this is a really cool village because you can see beautiful displays of the Nubian art here. It's so colorful and it's so cool. And just on the down low, they smoke a lot of weed here. And something that's really interesting about the ancient Egyptian culture here, and you even have a crocodile god. And back in the old days, they believed the crocodile, and even today, they believe the crocodile is a sort of spirit guardian or like a totem animal. And what's up? No.
What is this?
I'm not sure. What is it?
What is this?
What is that?
Welcome home.
Welcome home.
Where from?
I'm from America.
Oh, American Dry.
Yeah?
Welcome, American.
Thanks, man.
This smell Himalaya.
It's weed?
like
It's bongo?
no bango. It's like Himalaya. It's like for style. Style is
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
سمعت قلبية والله.
Thanks.
Nubian.
You like it?
Nubian.
Yeah, I'm Nubian. I've converted.
Come sit down.
No, I'm gonna make a video. Hey, what's bongo? What's bongo mean?
Bango, I don't have bango.
Huh? What's that mean? That's weed? That's what you call weed here?
Cannabis, you know cannabis.
Yeah.
No.
First time for the Nubian village.
My first time in Nubian village. I love it. I love all the colors.
Sure.
I love the bongo.
Oh,
Ooh, hey.
you smoke it.
Oh.
We have good stuff order.
Yeah. Do you love Gantt charts? Here's how easily you can build one in ClickUp.
Wait, what? That's strange.
Let's map out the tasks.
I thought I was. Oh no, we're not. Hold on, 1 second. Here, let me switch back to. Is this? Okay, yeah. Here, 1 second. It was. Let me just copy it from there. Okay, so we're 2 minutes 13 seconds in. Sorry, it's just because I wanted to have it in here.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Photo?
No. So, hey, what's up?
Hey, American.
Thanks.
Never come back. Yes, come back.
Hey, man, sometimes this life happens.
Let's see. I'm going to skip to the part where they talk about it.
Here we are. What are you smoking? Bongo? Bongo? No? I have tobacco. I have
هنالك دعا زكريا ربه قال رب هب لي من لدنك
This is hashish. All right, see you later.
Oh, that looks like some good hash.
Oh man, I keep getting distracted, but so here in Aswan, they found a cemetery with a bunch of mummified crocodiles. It's really interesting because they used to use crocodiles as guardians.
You know anything about Aswan?
That's where the dam is. Isn't that basically the whole Elephantine area, which was very Jewish back in the day?
So the second part, yes, but I'm not. I want to say that Elephantine is down Nile.
Well, Aswan's pretty down Nile. Which way?
Let's see. So Elephantine is an island on the Nile. Is Aswan?
Yeah, I thought it was right about the Aswan area.
Oh wow, you're ready. You're right. Forming part of the city of Aswan in Upper Egypt. Yeah. Interesting. So, yeah, that's fascinating. And yeah, Elephantine was connected with the crocodiles.
And it's also where they have the a strong record of what Judaism in the Persian era was like, where they had a temple there as well. You just didn't have the single temple in Jerusalem.
Yeah, the temple to Not Yahu.
Yep.
To like to Yah and to Anat, whereas it was Yah and Asherah further north.
Yeah, but also the big deal about that they actually had a temple of their own rather than the Jerusalem centralized one.
I mean, it's not that surprising. It only is if you view the historical narrative, the religious narrative as historical, that the first temple, that during the first temple period that there was a single temple. But I mean, even within the Bible, we know it says there were multiple because Josiah had to go around and decommission them all.
Well, exactly. But the point was that this is sort of that Josiah era, and they're writing to Jerusalem about we need financing for the temple, and Jerusalem's writing back and saying, okay, well, here you go about doing it. And it's like if it was that much of a problem, they wouldn't have given the okay on the way back. They would have sat there and said, what the hell are you doing? You don't build the temple. What were you doing with the temple before? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Today, people still do that. That tradition is still here. So in the houses, people have pet crocodiles. It's not quite as sacred as it once was, but it's still cool.
Welcome back.
Hey, what's up, bro? How are you?
How are you, man?
Doing good.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Just making a YouTube video.
Hi.
I have a YouTube channel.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good. How are you?
What's up?
You alright? I am here.
I was just talking about the crocodiles. What's the significance of the crocodile here? Uh-huh. Oh, look, I got one right up here. How come, though? Why? For its protection?
Yeah.
For protection?
Yeah.
You have one as a pet?
In big size?
A pet. like a dog, a crocodile though,
No.
like inside homes. Crocodiles in the homes.
Yeah, I have in home.
You have one?
For me?
Yeah.
No.
No. Okay.
I have for my friend here.
Okay. Cool.
We look okay.
Yeah.
I have in big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
real.
cool. Yeah.
Come with me.
No, I don't need to see now. It's okay.
You sure?
Yeah. No, I seen one earlier, but I was just curious. Yeah.
No, you have in one big.
A big one.
5-6 meters.
Wow. 5-6 meters?
Yeah.
No, that's too big.
Really?
It's a Nile that you have from.
I have. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a Nile.
Oh yeah, in the Nile. Yeah.
It's a Nile.
Because the Nile
بس
is
هنا برضه كبير بتاع منطقة.
أيوة. بس في I have more big.
I have more
Yeah.
big. Yeah.
crazy.
Not here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go walk and then I'll say what's up on the way back.
Okay. What do you need for something?
No, I don't need nothing. I'm all shopped out.
Okay, man.
Okay.
Okay, you're welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Assam, what's up?
I'm with you. 4 o'clock.
You waited for me. Oh man, you guys got good memories.
Yes, you said 4 o'clock.
Nubians have good memories.
Thank you.
You guys remember everything.
Because you
But
said,
what's my name?
you said Nubian have a good memory.
Yeah, what's my
No.
name?
The first D.
Yeah, that's good. That is good.
Dok.
It's close.
Dok.
Dakota.
Dakota.
Yeah, that's good.
Dakota. Yes.
I'm just walking around now making a YouTube video.
You walk now?
Yeah, I'm making a YouTube video for YouTube.
You have a channel?
Yeah, I got a channel. What's that?
This is my handmade scarf. We made it from the loom. Here, the handmade loom. This is the old loom. Look. This is the old loom. My father is 85 years. He made it the handmade scarf from the loom. This is loom. It's 200 years ago. Look the wood. It's old. Yeah. We made it now the scarf. I explain what is this. When I press here, and I close it here, press here. I make that down. I make the down like the handmade scarf, soft one, pure cotton and linen. This is just in my country, in my shop, just in my shop, make it this quality. This is a scarf, the soft one, you take it 20 days work for one scarf. When I want to change the color, I can do like this, other one. Touch this one, it's pure cotton, is more soft.
Yeah, it's
This is a
nice.
scarf with 20 days work.
That's like Egyptian cotton, baby.
Pure cotton, Egyptian, 100% Egyptian cotton. Not China, not machine. It's handmade Egyptian cotton. No?
Yeah, so it seems like this is not really what we're looking for, unfortunately. Let me see if I can.
I was going to say some of it, let me try to tie it all together here, because part of it is they're going with the linen, the cotton, and the cloth here later, and that ties directly into some of what you were talking about with the shesh. And one of the things that I didn't get to say so much about the shesh that we need to explore as far as the fine linen go is the idea that it's very heavily, finely processed hemp, because that was known as for the durability, and you're going to have much more resistance to basically pests and insects and all that sort of stuff. So I could see that being the finest of them, and cotton being just a step below. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
It does, yeah. Here, this should be good.
Cannabis Smoke TV.
I'll cover this in a bit.
Ancient Egypt marijuana culture. Hello there and welcome to Cannabis Smoke TV. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share.
I'm sorry, but this guy sounds like Ben Shapiro. You know I'm right? But it does, right?
I'm not arguing with you. It's more of a matter of, it's not his fault he sounds like Ben Shapiro.
Ancient Egypt marijuana culture. Hello there, and welcome to
Oh
Cannabis
god, it's
Smoke
like
TV.
it's if Ben
Don't forget to
Shapiro
like,
slowed down
subscribe,
his
and
speech.
share. What were the ancient Egyptians using marijuana for, and why? Ancient Egypt is one of the most studied and recognized ancient civilizations globally. But did you know they had a very close relationship with marijuana? Most of what we know about the ancient Egyptians comes from surviving papyrus parchment. Papyrus scrolls have successfully told us about medical and agricultural techniques that the ancient Egyptians used, including their use of marijuana. One of the words which continually pops up in ancient Egyptian papyrus scrolls is Shemshemet, particularly when talking about medicine. Many experts believe that Shemshemet is the name that ancient Egyptians gave to marijuana. How did the ancient Egyptians use marijuana medically? Ancient Egyptian doctors believed that certain combinations of animal and plant products could help expel the evil force or entity which had entered the body and made the person ill. The Ramesseum papyrus was dated around 1750 BCE, and experts believe it's one of the oldest medical records ever to be discovered. It contains various information about how the ancient Egyptians treated various illnesses, human anatomy, birthing, and much more. Some of the areas of interest they focused on included glaucoma. One set of instructions showed that cannabis could be mixed with celery and left overnight. This preparation would then be used the next morning to wash the eyes of people who are suffering from glaucoma. One of the reasons that people today are prescribed medical marijuana is for the treatment of glaucoma. Feminine health. Cannabis was combined with honey before being applied inside the vagina to help cool the uterus and reduce heat. There are dozens of studies into cannabis that have identified its anti-inflammatory properties, and now many people are looking at its potential to help treat
Oh yeah,
menstrual
I mean
pain and
think about
discomfort.
it. Literally, what does inflammation mean? Inflamma, like internal fire.
Yes, and it also reflects there because that's one of the tactile signs of inflammation is it has a higher heat.
Fascinating. It's like that's why it's so important to look into the etymology of things and not to just say words and not know what they mean.
No, I agree 100%. And then again, tying it back to the actual, what did the word represent in reality?
Yeah, wow.
Injuries. Another papyrus described marijuana in the treatment of painful fingers and toes. Cannabis was mixed with honey, ochre, hedgedew resin, and ibu to create a dressing for the wounded area. Scientists believe that this was a way to assist the reduction of pain and also inflammation, which marijuana has the potential to do very well. What else were they using marijuana for in ancient Egypt? Another interesting use for marijuana was during the funeral process. Ancient Egyptians are well known for the process of mummification, preserving bodies for the next part of their journey in the afterlife. However, scientists have discovered traces of cannabis in the remains of several mummies, including Ramses the Great Pharaoh in 1213 BCE. Several different studies have found traces of THC inside mummies, including one mummy that contained trace amounts of nicotine, cocaine, and THC. The largest concentrations of THC were found in the lungs of mummies, which suggests that they smoked cannabis for medical or ceremonial reasons when they were close to death. It wasn't just marijuana being used by the ancient Egyptians either. Hemp was also widely used for clothing, fabric, and manufacturing. Ancient Egypt marijuana culture conclusion. As you can see, there were a variety of reasons why the ancient Egyptians used the cannabis plant, including both marijuana and hemp. It's interesting that many of the uses for marijuana thousands of years ago are only just now being fully rediscovered and studied. Please be sure to like, subscribe, and share.
Why was I expecting another question at the end? It's just, where can I find an ancient Egyptian to score some of this marijuana from?
Well, I mean, theoretically, you could scrape their lungs for the resin and smoke it, but that would be pretty gnarly.
I don't know. That guy sounds like he might go for it.
Also, hey 420, what's up?
420.
Yeah, I mean, hey, perfect topic. So I'm going to take the stab, and then I'm going to quote a bit from Chris Bennett's book. That man is a modern prophet. I mean, seriously, he's done so much for the sacramental use of cannabis. I mean, and some people could argue it's like, oh well, so what? So he worships weed? It's like, no. Anyone who's arguing that is not seriously listening. Like the whole point is like the same people who have an issue with using weed sacramentally are probably the same people who have an issue with it recreationally. I'm not going to lie.
Well, I'm sure there's a huge overlap. I was going to sit there saying those people. I always have to give a nod to Jack Herrera.
The Emperor Wears No Clothes. Or wait, what was his book?
No, Jack Herrera.
Jack Herrera.
Yeah, he was the publisher of High Times.
Yeah, he also wrote a book.
Okay, I didn't know he had written a book. I just knew him as, I knew him from High Times, and he's got a strain named after him and all.
Let's see, Jack Herrera. What was his book? The Emperor Wears No Clothes. You've never heard of this?
No.
The title of the book alludes to Hans Christian Andersen's classic fairy tale, The Emperor's New Clothes. Harry uses Andersen's story as an allegory for the current prohibition of cannabis.
Yeah, my guess is that probably came out in either the late 90s, early 2000s or something.
Oh, no, this was 70s, I think. 73.
Oh, was it? Okay. Oh, well, that was beyond ridiculous. People were getting life sentences for possession.
Oh, wait, no, it was first published in 85.
Okay.
So, let's see. Show me. Let's see if I can find anything else on this real quick. Oh, here, there should be
ancient Egypt.
Also, seriously, follow this guy Strange Show. Amazing channel. I mean, given he might be a bit too stonerish for people who aren't stoners, but if you like cannabis, definitely a good channel to follow.
Ancient Egyptians.
I know.
All
just to
kinds
be fair, Ariel, I know some people who would rule him out just from look alone, without even hearing him speak or move, and that is absolutely unfair because the guy probably knows what he's talking about. I agree with you. I haven't heard him before, but I know I have friends that they just sit there, take one look at him, and goes, "I can't listen to him."
He's like Carrot Top, but if Carrot Top had noodles.
I've met Carrot Top several times.
Is he good or bad?
It's both good and bad. He is Carrot Top on and off screen. He is who he is.
Fair enough.
of plants for medicinal purposes, but they used weed in some really strange ways. From mummies to pharaohs, even ancient goddesses, weed was everywhere in ancient Egypt, and we're about to find out why.
Answers to all the questions you've ever had about weed.
A chemical analysis on the remains of Egyptian pharaoh Ramses the Great showed that his body contained traces of cannabis. And a study from the 90s showed that many other mummies also have a significant deposition of THC. Now, it's no secret that ancient Egyptians loved that sweet, sweet chiba. We have tons of artifacts that show us that they were doing some pretty crazy stuff with weed back then. Weed was likely used in ancient Egypt as far back as 5,000 years ago, and that's 500 years before the pyramids were built. It was used for ropes and fibers. It was used for a bunch of crazy medicinal reasons, and people were using it to get high. Some researchers even believe they were using weed to connect to the gods. Ancient depictions of the Egyptian goddess of writing, named Sheshat, are full.
So here, I'm actually going to take this as an opportunity to let my rig cool down because one of my pearls broke, and so can't heat it up again yet. So I'm just going to read from.
I was going to say, did you hear that he just answered the secrets as to how the pyramids were built?
What?
Weed. How were the pyramids built? They started using weed 500 years before the pyramids. Clearly, the pyramids were built on weed power.
On what?
Weed power. Marijuana power.
What do you mean? I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I was just taking that up for what he was saying. It's like they started smoking weed, and all of a sudden, boom, those pyramids showed up 500 years later. It's like, well, yeah, we outlawed weed, and they were using it all the time. Yeah, it was weed power, whatever that is.
I mean, to be fair, they probably were using hemp cord in order to, to lift things in the construction. But and then they were probably inspired partially by cannabis, but it's not like all of a sudden they got superpowers because they just smoked weed.
I was going to sit there and say, weed break every hour on the hour, keep building in between. Yeah, no, that could help the construction process go too.
So here, listen to this. So Shemshemet, a ladder to the heavens, Egypt. So this is from Cannabis in the Soma Solution, which is Chris Bennett's. I think it's like his penultimate, or not penultimate. Bad use of the word. One of his really masterpieces, like one of the things he's most known for. But anyway, so up until recent times, many Egyptologists failed to acknowledge much of a role for cannabis in ancient Egypt beyond that of a source of fiber for ropes. But recent research identifying a plant in the Egyptian texts with fibrous and medicinal properties, as well as edible seeds under the name Shemshemet or Shemshemet, or was it like some summit? Basically SMT, are now generally regarded as identifying cannabis. In ancient Egypt, the healing herb Shemshemet was believed to have been a creation of the sun god Ra, or Re. Besides this linguistic source, pollen analysis of ancient soil layers and deep tissue samples from Egyptian mummies have indicated that in Egypt, like much of the rest of the ancient world, cannabis held a very important role. In fact, from about 3000 BCE onwards, there is evidence of cannabis pollen in Egypt. According to the Codex of Ancient Egyptian Plant Remains from 1997, pollen has been identified at Egyptian sites dating from the pre-dynastic period 3500 to 3100 BC, the 12th dynasty, which is 1991 to 1786 BC, includes not only pollen, but a hemp fiber ball from the 19th dynasty found on the mummy of Ramses II in the Ptolemaic period. So, it's about to get really interesting. So, oh, wait, here. I think I might have skipped a page here. Okay, so Shemshemet. There's a general agreement with the view of Dawson that Shemshemet means cannabis. The identification was strongly supported by the use of hempen rope making. So here's the connection to the hemp. As a drug, it has remained in active use since pharaonic times. It was administered by mouth, rectum, vagina, bandaged upon the skin, applied to the eyes, and by fumigation. However, these applications provide no clear evidence of awareness of the effects of cannabis on the central nervous system. But that, I feel like that. So that's according to Nunn from 2002. But that. I think that's a bit reductive, because that's trying to say, well, did they even have a concept of a central nervous system? I mean, they definitely had some idea of nerves, probably, but the idea that, I don't know. I just feel like in that case, you're trying to say, well, oh, but they didn't think that it had this effect, but you're retroactively applying a modern understanding of the substance. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you're being more generous than I was. I was sort of my takeaway was they were saying that, you know what, if you use it all those ways at the same time, you can't say that it had any effect on the ancient Egyptian central nervous system. And it's like, you're trying to tell me you could do all of that at once and have no effect? Not buying it. Not buying that. Their nervous systems weren't that different than ours.
Oh no, they weren't different from ours at all. That's important to stress. We can't just view people in the past as these fossils that are one-dimensional. they were living, breathing people. They had feelings, they had inner thoughts. They were just like us. I mean, given they had different technologies, but biologically they're no different from us. You could take someone from that time period, throw them into today, and they would be able to live a completely normal life. And arguably the same, you could take someone from today, throw them back in time, and they would live the same life that they would, that someone else in that same time period would.
I was going to say, with certain variations, I was going to say people today aren't quite as muscularly built. So, you know, the more hardy life back then, it's probably there are a lot of people whose bodies wouldn't live up to that one. And likewise, you know, maybe trying to adjust to an office job might be challenging to some ancient Egyptians.
Well, but no, what I'm saying is if you take someone before they even have any memories, you literally just take them as a baby and you were to switch them. You take a baby ancient Egyptian and a baby modern American, you swap them. Say you choose people who look...
No, I know what you're saying. I'm still going to say, because of how, you know, sort of like some of the more subtle conditioning our cultures put into things, it's a matter of, I don't think you have as many people born these days that could bulk out to what, say, an ancient Egyptian could be. And likewise, I'm not sure many of the ancient Egyptians, with the way they were, the way their temperament was adapted to their culture, just one of them transplanted out of there, I'm not sure how they would adapt to a more sedentary lifestyle.
But that's what I'm saying. You take someone before they're even exposed to culture.
I'm saying by nature, not by nurture. I'm saying even if you remove them prior to that one, by their inherent nature, by their DNA, you have different dispositions to certain talents or not having one. It's like there's one of the reasons why Ethiopians are by far the greatest long distance runners in the country. They grew up in a highland that had low oxygen content. They basically had to do a lot of running. And it's one of those. That's a cultural environment that co-evolves with the DNA and shapes it and gives certain dispositions. It's like if you took me as a baby and put me into Ethiopia, I'm never going to run like they are, regardless of how much I try. Does that make sense to you?
To a certain level, but on the other hand, you're also going to run much better than if you grew up elsewhere.
Oh, absolutely. And that's all I'm saying is there's a bell-shaped curve, and everybody has their own place on like the overall human bell-shaped curve, and different cultures have basically toned different, you know, a culture race combo will tone a DNA to certain optimal conditions that are different than other ones. You know, that's why you have, you know, lighter skin up where you had less sunlight, where you needed more vitamin D, darker skin where you had need of more protection from sunburn, and you didn't have as much need for extracting vitamin D from the sun. And again, just natural sorts of coevolution between people and the environment.
Yeah, I mean, there's some level of that, but I think that it's really, I mean, I think that's something that a lot of people, I'm not saying that's what you're doing by no means, but it is something that, well, I want to address these comments. So, None of Your Business said, the ancients thought the brain was a circulatory organ. Yeah, it's interesting. They threw it out. They didn't think it was important. The Greeks believed the organs governed, that governed thought were the heart, liver, and spleen. It's interesting because the spleen or the liver, what was used for ecstasy to, you know, to chart the heavens. So there was, it's almost like it would be like the equivalent of, it would make more sense within our context. Like imagine, I mean, basically what they were probably doing with ecstasy was a similar thing to trying to peer into almost like a brain to look into the universal mind, if that makes any sense. They were trying to do this sort of like, you know, mirror type thing where they're looking into a microcosm in order to connect with the macrocosm. But in their case, they basically thought that a liver had to do with fate or had to do with people's proclivities and stuff. So Akhenaten was skinny with a belly, and the pharaohs and priests of Egypt didn't need muscularity; the slaves did. And any thoughts on that?
Well, they have a lot of different thoughts as far as the statuary with Akhenaten. There's actually some people who think that that was intentionally a deformed artistic style, and it didn't actually represent the way that they looked either. And as far as not needing muscularity, I don't know how much he knows about the Hebsed festival, but that's where the pharaoh basically needs to basically do like marathon run. And yeah, they certainly, the pharaoh needs to be, especially in the older dynasties, needed to be capable. That certainly would have changed probably at least by the Ptolemaic era, if not before. But it depends where he's looking at. I would sit there and say anything, Ramesses 19th dynasty or earlier. You're looking at definitely pharaohs who they went out with the army. They were at the head of the army. They were pretty much they were the badasses as well. It was only later on that they started hiding behind armies.
So I do have to agree with none of your business on that. You really have to be careful with biological determinism because, there is an element of no one's saying that nature is.
Ariel, I want to sit here and say I never once used the term determinism, and I constantly use the term coevolution. Is somebody denying that there's not a feedback cycle between genes and the environment that genes are? Because that's basically the very premise of how speciation happens. And if I'm sitting, and if that's a legitimate consideration in science, why is that not an allowable discussion? Coevolution. And again, I don't understand this, Ariel. Explain to me, because if you listen to me, I'm being very circumspect and careful. And I feel like I'm being painted with a really ugly brush that I don't deserve at all.
I think it mainly has to do with how people have without getting into it, it's basically people see an argument that they've heard from some really nasty people, and I think that it's important to say that so none of your business isn't saying that you are a biological determinism, just saying to be careful of it. But on top of that, later, so Nanya says that they think you're wrong, but again, it's okay to have disagreements. And then they said that it is getting kind of racist, but again, they're not saying that you are. They think the argument is. But
at this point, Ariel, and it's about time for me to go to my thing in a little bit, but let's sort of get away from this one, because you're sitting there and trying to interpret what their words say. I can read what their words say. This is somebody who I'm willing to let them correct me where I'm wrong. But this is somebody who's telling me that I'm wrong, and they're not willing to examine this whole coevolution concept and the interaction between genes and environment. And I don't want anybody to throw shade at me who's not willing to sit down, roll up their sleeves, and do the work to show me where I'm wrong, rather than just lobbing boulders with their catapult from a distance, that I'm wrong, that I'm racist, that I'm awful, and then walk away. That's triggering for me, Ariel.
And again, I think that there's people who get similarly triggered when they hear people talking about this idea that, and again, I don't think that it means that it's not a thing, or it doesn't mean that. Anyway,
and here you're hitting on, and I need to get this one out here. You're hitting on people who are triggered by truth. People triggered by an objective fact, and they're getting angry at that fact, like anger is going to change it. It's like getting angry at having a negative bank account, and they won't cash your check. Anger doesn't change that one. Yes, you can disagree with me. show me where I'm wrong. How much? I thought I got that across there. I'm willing to say I'm wrong. Just show me where.
I think maybe just the key thing to point out, though, is my analogy of you could take someone from ancient Egypt and someone from modernity. Like, at the end of the day, you could do the same thing with, say, an ancient Israelite and a modern Jew, and you would have the same phenomena, because it's not about culture. It's more so about the circumstances. And the thing is that you're and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're relating culture with the circumstances, which obviously circumstances impact culture, but the two are very different things. So, for instance, it's not a racial or a cultural thing. Well, so there is a cultural element, for instance, in Ethiopia, of just the landscape, because that a landscape is part of a culture. But to say that there's anything that's inherently because at the end of the day, what happens when you have, say, someone who's Ethiopian, but they don't live in Ethiopia, they live in a completely different landscape? Does that still apply to them just because they I think that at the end of the day, there is kind of this maybe there's this idea of predilection, or maybe you have, but at the end of the day, it doesn't mean that
can I step in, because I want to explain to you exactly what I'm objecting to you saying that I think is wrong. It sounds to me like you are saying that a person's genetics and temperament, their predisposition to things, which is their own individual things, doesn't matter. You can take them and put them in any other position, and they're tabula rasa. If they're a blank slate, their genetics, anything doesn't matter. They can just be formed and shaped into whatever that environment puts them into. And I'm sitting there and saying they are bringing an inherent, inalterable seed with them. That seed is going to cause them advantages and disadvantages in every environment. And there's no way to compare them as equal. There's no way for me to say you can just pick one up, swap them, and it's going to be just as good, just as easy. Nobody will notice a whit of difference.
So
that's what I hear you saying, and that's what I'm throwing my red flag on, or my yellow flag on.
So I really disagree with that, because I think that we're subjected, or we're not free from that either. Just because we're modern people doesn't mean that we have some sort of modern genetics or whatever. There's a reason so many people are depressed now. It's because people are living lives that nobody did in the past. We didn't evolve to live like we are now. That has nothing to do with culture. It has everything to do would you say this is a cultural thing?
Yes, I would. I would say cultural is inherently a lot to do with it. We have again, if you've watched a bit of Vervaeke in the Meaning Crisis, that the culture that we've been building for the last 200 years has everything to do with what's going on now.
I guess what I'm saying is, how do you know that for instance,
and here the prove we want mathematical proof here. This is, again, I'm getting attacked.
Graham, you're not being attacked for asking for proof.
Oh, I disagree. Demonstration is different than proof. And somebody who doesn't know the difference between a proof and a demonstration is somebody who's operating on a different intellectual level than I am. And I really don't want to be ankle bit by people who can't step up to the plate properly.
Let's just move on.
Part of it is, this is going to be an inherent problem, because to me, people are not tabula rasa.
No one's saying they are. No one is saying that.
What are you saying that's different than that, Ariel?
I'm saying that you can't say that just because someone is of a certain race that means that they're going to have these predilections to do certain things. You could argue.
Why can't you say that because you have this genetics, you are able to do these things better and these things worse than the rest of the population. Every bit of genetics is not saying that a genetics is better or worse overall, better or worse for a specific application. Do you think you could ever run a sub 10-second 100-meter dash, Ariel? Regardless of how much somebody put money and billions of dollars into training you to do it.
No, but it has nothing to do with my race.
What? How doesn't it? What does it have to do with if they can put a tenth of that money and have somebody easily run a sub 10-second 100 meters? What is it different about you that you can't on 10 times that money and effort?
See, that's the thing. It seems like you're associating people with their race. Like that
No, I'm associating with them with their genetics. And I'm saying genetics
are separate from race. You have plenty of people within the same race who have completely different genetics, and that's the thing.
And this is where you're talking about where I do not have any sort of functional definition of racism with how people have weaponized it. I knew what it was back in the 60s, in the 70s, and the 80s. How people use it today doesn't make a lick of sense other than something to beat the hell out of other people with.
Graham, I seriously don't understand why you take people disagreeing with you as personal attacks. Like, I agree with 420 here. Like, this, like,
Ariel, I'll break that down for you again. I've tried to explain it. Maybe we can get through it this time.
So
people disagreeing with me isn't the problem. People can say, I disagree. That's fine. We walk away. You start throwing ugly words at me, that's not just disagreeing and walking away. If you're sitting there, and if you don't walk away and you keep insisting that I'm wrong, that's not just disagreeing. That's attacking if you keep coming after me after I say, let's just disagree. And at that point in time, you need to bring where I'm wrong, not just keep pounding your damn Khrushchev-like on the table. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, Graham. You're wrong, Graham. Stop being wrong. And I don't know how to stop being wrong because I'm on what makes right to me.
Graham, you're asking people to, you're basically asking people to show you why you're wrong, but
I'm asking people. No, Ariel. I'm asking people to show me why they are right and that I am wrong. If they can't show why they are right, why the hell are they coming at me as to why I'm wrong?
So this is the thing. You want them to show you why they're right, but you refuse to show people why you're right.
Because I'm willing to say, let's agree to disagree and drop it. And they won't.
But you're not. I mean,
I maintain my position. I'm not going to change unless somebody shows me where I'm wrong. But I'm not going to press the subject and try to convince them they're wrong.
No,
I'm just going to...
But you have an issue with people asking you for evidence.
No, I'm fine with giving evidence. That's different than proof. Evidence is demonstration, Ariel. Proof is a weaponized word.
Honestly, this is the thing. You can't, like, you're looking at things in the most literal definition. Proof and evidence are used interchangeably. Obviously, when you're talking in a mathematical sense, like, and this is the thing,
And this is exactly where, if these people are going to insist on conflating proof and demonstration and evidence and feeling and hunch, I can't safely interact with them because I'm getting hurt.
You interact with me. I use the two interchangeably.
You don't press. You agree to disagree. You show me where I'm wrong. If you're sure that I'm wrong, you show me where you're right all the time, Ariel. I don't see how you can really compare yourself with what these other people are doing to me.
Yeah, I think we should move on. But yeah, agree to disagree is not the end of the conversation. Just because, like, at the end of the day, I think that what needs to be stated is that the burden of proof, like, if someone makes a claim, like, obviously you're not saying anyone has to believe what you're saying, but if you put a claim out there and people want evidence or they want some support for it, and then but you're not providing that, but you want people to show why they like it's a double standard. Do you agree with
No,
that?
absolutely, fundamentally, to the bottom of my soul, no. Because I'm sitting there and going, I want to be right. I don't want to be wrong. Show me where I'm wrong. And they're not doing that. It's not symmetrical.
So that like so for instance, when it comes to race, do you have any evidence of something that because
Define race for me, Ariel. Let's start with basic definition so that we can stop disagreeing with that one.
Okay,
What technically at the most fundamental is a race? Because here's where I'm coming from. A person has their genetics and their temperament and their birth date and place. Those are the three things they come into this life with. Where does race fit amongst those three things? Because they come into the world and there's going to be a culture associated with their time and place. Their DNA is going to give them certain abilities and advantages and disadvantages. And their temperament is going to give them different likes and dislikes and stuff. So do you have an issue at all with my fundamental setup of the how people basically start there?
Yeah, because I think that race.
No, not race. I didn't use race yet. I'm asking my basic starts, my 3 points. DNA, birth date, and place, which is the culture they're going to be coming into, and their temperament of basically a like-dislike sort of thing. That's a bit above DNA. So do you have an issue with any of those 3 points?
I mean, again, I think that people are capable of changing just because you have someone who, they have a shitty temperament.
How does that invalidate it? The temperament is your basic one. You like some things, you don't like things. You like spicy foods. You can learn to like spicier foods, but I don't see where we're disagreeing there, Ariel. So where do you have a problem with my basic 3 here?
Well, because at the end of the day, what you're talking about is more so than anything.
Because isn't aware.
You're not even letting me finish.
Okay. Well, I'll mute you.
Okay. It basically, when you're talking about stuff like DNA, genes, you're not dealing with absolutes. You're dealing with statistics. So at the end of the day, however many people with this one gene are going to say maybe develop cancer. Just because you have that gene, does that mean you're going to develop cancer? No. And so that's part of the thing. Like, given is a different thing. But another thing that I think needs to be stated is, and I just want to, before I forget this, that really the only reason we view race as a racial thing, or even just the way we use that term as being something that's genetic, that's completely a result of the transatlantic slave trade. It didn't exist prior to that. Race.
Ariel,
yeah.
How are you getting anything like that out of my 3 basic fundamental parts of what an individual goes into an individual? I haven't even talked about how I group and sort individuals. I'm still focused on what goes into a person, an individual.
I know. Person. I'm just trying to bring up my point because before you asked, what distinguishes them, and I'm going to forget this. That's why.
Okay. Thank you on that one. I was trying to relate it to the stuff that I was saying.
So basically, race and ethnicity are the same thing, but the thing is, they have nothing to do with who you like.
So what's the definition of ethnicity if it's not race? Otherwise, you're just sliding back and forth between definitions.
Well, so that's the thing. Ethnos, you have to go back to the ancient Greek definition for it. So, ethnos, it means a multitude or of men or of beasts associated or living together. It can be a company, a troop, a swarm, a multitude, or it can also be a multitude of individuals of the same nature or genus, a human family, a tribe, nation, people group. But the thing is, it's not explicitly this idea of like a lineage. It can be, but more than anything, it's this idea of people who live together. So, like, for instance, the idea of a people in this context, it has less to do with what you believe. It has less to do with who your father is. It has more to do with the language you speak and the culture you're a part of.
And over time, the people, especially people who don't migrate for hundreds to thousands of years, you're going to have a lot of interbreeding. You're going to have all of that one. Yeah, you're going to have people in and out. I don't see what you're saying that's even remotely different than what I'm saying. And I'm just seeing where I'm getting pillaged here in an awful way. And I just don't want to interact with people who can't understand the concept that humans having sex passes DNA on, and that has an effect similar to what other animals having sex and passing DNA on. It causes changes. It's like these are people who don't understand how Lake Victoria cichlids evolve, and
Okay, but so like
I can't help what they understand and what they don't understand. But them basing what I see as awful attacks at me off of what they don't understand, I can't have that. That's just a shitty thing to do to people, and they think that's fine.
I mean, Graham, something that I think like you really need to take into context is that when it comes to where was I going with this? When it comes to ethnicity, that honestly, I feel like you're, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you're equating race with genetics when, for instance, someone having a genetic disorder has nothing to do with their race. I mean, you could argue that there might be a higher percentage of people in this in this quote unquote group that have this condition, but to say that it's like because of like, and see, this is the thing.
Ariel, you are going so far downstream of anything I've even talked about with you here.
No, and that's not.
You are reading in all of these social things that other people think, other people believe, other people mean when they say this. How many times do you sit there and if you use the word because? How many times have you used the word because? And you're linking an explanation to a fact inherently, like I'm supposed to agree with your because.
I don't even know what you're saying, Graham.
Let's go back to my basic three. What do you have wrong about an individual being determined by their DNA, their birth date, which is the time and place and culture that they're born into, and their temperament? Don't bring in groups, don't bring in anything but the individual and those three things. Where do we have a disconnect there? Because if we don't have a disconnect there, we can start talking about groups. We can start trying to define race for me.
So that's the thing. Where does race come into any of this? That's what I'm asking you.
It comes up at a higher level. If we can basically have a level of agreement on those three things, I can build to you where race comes in.
I mean, yes, those three things have an impact, but at the same time, I think it would be ridiculous to act like that means that determines everything about you.
No, that determines your nature. And
what is a nature, though?
I was about to explain that. And it's a question of the old nature versus nurture. It's like DNA on its own is not determinative. There are plenty of genes that need triggers. And people who understand genetics and how like cancer works understand these things. Somebody could have a gene that makes them 95% likely to have cancer if they smoke a single cigarette. But if they're never around the cigarette, that gene is never triggered and they don't even know they have it. These are the sorts of things that need to be taken into account and factored in. And overall, large scale groups, when you sit there and say, you know, anytime you generalize, you lose the fine structure. You lose the link to the individual. And that's where I go there. You want to know where race comes in, where I build up on individuals? Individuals mate with each other for whatever freaking reason they choose. Sometimes it's for better resources, sometimes they like it, sometimes it's because they're drunk. And they have offspring that have a DNA that's kind of off of them, similar to them. Different groups of people who live in different areas for extended periods of time without significant contact with other people are going to tend to develop a very shared gene pool that is also reflected in the outside culture, but at a higher percentages for some very specific genes that give advantages in their specific culture / environment. And it's basically, as you build up over time, more and more separation builds up more and more difference in traits. And eventually you have these various traits that build up, which will also reflect in a language, a religion, dress, and things like that. That becomes a combination sort of race / culture complex. I'm going to tag to you to see if we still have common ground or where you want to correct me or at least link me to the common vocabulary.
So, sorry, I'm just getting really cold. So, I guess what I'm saying is, what do you consider a race to be?
A race is that genetic cultural complex.
See, that's like,
that's what I consider race to be. And
so, but the problem is we're using English to refer to terms that really, if we want to go back, this term race is actually ethnos. It's ethnicity, but ethnicity has more to do with culture than it does with an objective like DNA, and that's what I'm trying to tell you.
And what I'm trying to sit here and say to you, Ariel, is what you're saying I can agree with 100%. But the problem comes in is the ancient Greeks meant it pretty much exactly how I'm describing it. They didn't have a lot of mixed the genetics.
That's not true at all.
When they were when the Greek language came up, say you're talking, let's say, when did the word ethnos come into the Greek language? I'm going to guess, what is it, about 1300 BC? Is that a fair estimate? You are the language expert here, Ariel.
I'm not an expert. I don't know.
Well, compared to me, you're the expert. You've had classes in Greek.
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah, no. I have my classics friend that I would refer to for my language stuff like that. But no, I'm just figuring that that's basically when the Greek language kind of started separating was right about 1200 or so.
I guess what I'm saying.
But I'm saying during that time when they're making when they're starting to use the word, they very much see the people in a town as basically a certain culture in and of itself, and they're going to have that same over time breeding effect that I'm talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think people just get really uncomfortable when they hear breeding program, for instance. And given I'm not like, it's
I never
just
used the word breed. I never said breeding program.
Oh wait, what did you just say?
About what?
You said something about breeding.
Well, I said people breed with each other for whatever reason they want. A program implies that there's a conscious choice and it's being driven by from above sort of thing. No, there's just people doing what people do.
So I have a question. So you know how the oh, is it like the Irish royalty, like back before the conquest of the British Isles, how they were like incestuous and they were like super inbred.
I wouldn't call it incestuous or inbred, depending on
Are you
that
serious?
well, the whole brother sister thing wasn't encouraged. What the big factor was, it was how royalty was chosen. Because when the king died, they had a council where you had to choose who the next king was going to be. And the eligible candidates was everybody who was a grandson of the dead king, was a descendant of the grandmother of the dead king.
Yeah, I mean,
So
personally, I just think it's a mistake to apply our ideas of race, and again, not to say like just post like not just talking about our modern conceptions of race, but even anything besides our perceptions of antiquity, to really use any of this. It's kind of like trying to interpret the Hebrew Bible according to Christianity, and I really think what's important to stress here is that everyone was screwing everyone. Like the more foreign someone was, the better that was seen. And the only context in which you see like intermarriage seen as good is within communities that are trying to keep power within them or influence within themselves. So especially dealing with like royal families. But like you were saying,
I question how much of that is true and how much of that is, again, reading sort of a different modern agenda onto the past. Because so much of it is most people never had the opportunity to see a foreigner. And again, I can't sign off on where you're going there, Ariel.
anyway, I mean, I don't know how much time you have, but let's just move on because we're just
yeah. I got about 3 minutes, so.
Right. But yeah, shoot.
We can bring it to a decent wrap, but yeah, no, these are important ones to talk about. And like I said, I'm not trying to draw it. I'm trying to draw it from basic definitions and evidentiary science that you can actually feel, touch, build off of. And I can't help it what other people have chosen to weaponize terms with.
Well,
and again,
but see, you're saying that they're weaponizing terms, but I personally, I think that people have the right to be offended in the same vein that you have the right to be offended when people respond to you in a certain way. And that's just, whenever you bring up something on the internet, you have to realize that there's people who might not like what you're going to say. And like in this case, like I definitely know why people don't like it, because frankly, I don't like it either. And I mean, like I'm at least willing to debate it, and I think other people are as well. But it's just that, like, when it comes down to, I mean, like for instance, like you think that what you were just saying about the with the I forget, like how you don't buy it or whatever. But it's like, so I mean that's your opinion. But what happens like when we have evidence that shows shows these migration patterns, that shows this intermarriage between people groups, and it's like, I guess what I'm saying is,
oh no, Ariel, you know me. You show me the evidence. This is where I say I want to be shown where I'm wrong, how I'm wrong, and what you're talking about there is exactly what I'm asking for. Once I see that, I adjust, because I have a general, higher level view of how things happened. Details, I know I have wrong in a lot of spots. So that's why I know the details, but a lot of the narrow down my focus. The evidence several times on things, I immediately sit there, hold my hand, sit there, tip my hat to you and say, good call, I was wrong. But that's the problem is, I don't have a problem. Like I said, disagreeing is one thing. Taking that disagreement and then deciding that's a basis to take action against a person, that's where that's my definition of weaponizing a term. When that term is now a reason to take action against somebody, an attacking kind of thing, that's a term that's now been weaponized. Does that, my use of the term weaponized there make sense to you?
Yeah, I just really think that you're interpreting what people are saying as attacks when they're just disagreements. And the thing is that, like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, you know, people aren't going to, you know, fit to your standard of how you want them to talk to you. And like at the end of the day, I really don't know what to say to that. But like when it comes to someone disagreeing with you and saying that they think that, you know, what, and again,
here's a question for you, Ariel. Do you think they're expecting me to conform to what they want? Because that's what I see as the problem being is I'm holding this opinion they don't like or want me to have. I'm not willing to change it. Therefore, they're attacking me.
You're not being attacked, you're being disagreed with. And I have to agree with this. Like, at the end of the day,
what's the metric to differentiate between a disagreement and an attack?
So
where's the line?
So where did you feel attacked? How did you feel attacked?
I feel attacked when somebody uses the word proof when proof is not an appropriate word for the situation.
That's not an attack. Like, I don't understand how you think that's an attack. And Nunya says, Graham, I couldn't care less, or I could care less if you change your position or don't. And like, this is the thing. I think that you're taking a lot of things very personally in a way that nobody else is intending it.
How is that different than me having an allergy and them not caring and saying, sucks you have that allergy to peanuts. We're going to eat them anyway. It's a rare allergy. Nobody else in the group has a problem with peanuts. We all love peanuts.
I mean, how is that any different than people being told you just have to deal with COVID? It doesn't matter if it's going to disable or if it has disabled you. Or
that's what I'm saying, Ariel. And what I'm hearing is everybody has a group advocating, except me. I'm told I'm the odd man out. Sucks to be Graham.
Again, people are just disagreeing with you. And I think that, like,
they're disagreeing in a way that's hurting me. There are ways to disagree with me that don't hurt me. They want to insist in being allowed to disagree with me in ways that are hurtful and not try to adjust to ways that don't hurt me. Somebody who's going to insist on being hurtful when they could choose not to be hurtful, that's somebody I should avoid, isn't it, Ariel?
Well, but see, that's the thing. You're interpreting people as being hurtful when they're just disagreeing. And like,
Ariel, that's somebody stepping on my foot. You're now basically invalidating my feelings and experience.
But the thing is that you're not dealing with absolute space. You're not dealing with a zero sum because
I'm dealing with my feelings and the actions that are hurting my feelings. And I can specify what they're doing that's hurting my feelings. I can specify to them what they could do differently to not hurt my feelings. And they choose to go back to one and stomp on my foot, which is causing me pain. And basically, you're trying to say it's not really causing you pain, Graham.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that basically you're being caused pain by something that someone else is doing that to every, like, basically the way that they're acting towards you is no different than they're acting towards anyone else. But the thing is, the way that it feels to you is it feels so much worse than the other people that they tend to act that way towards. And so basically, like, the thing is, I think at the end of the day, you're right, it is like an allergy. But at a certain point, if you're deathly allergic to something and you know it's going to be somewhere, like, I mean, I really like. I
And
don't.
there's the genesis of my decency, honesty, integrity mantra.
So 420 said, no one is hurting you intentionally. You say ridiculous things like using the word proof as an attack. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I have to agree with that. Proof is not an attack.
Here, leave that up. Using the word ridiculous as a dismissal is triggering to me, Ariel. How is ridiculous a legitimate rebuttal to an argument? Saying ridiculous, does that change any fact? Does that change any syllogism or change of logic? That's just a negative, emotional, damaging lob. Or how is my analysis of that wrong there?
I mean, to be fair, it is kind of ridiculous to call proof an attack.
You're speaking to somebody who comes in the intellectual chain of Alonzo Church, Alan Turing, Peter Hilton.
But that's a thing. You're forcing.
I'm not forcing them. I'm not forcing them. They're allowed to treat me like shit.
No, listen.
They're allowed to do that, and I'm allowed to call them out for treating me like shit.
You're forcing.
That's fine.
You're forcing your interpretation on what they're saying to mean that when they say proof, they're saying this absolute proof within a mathematical sense. When no, what they're talking about is evidence support. Like the
and they're either too sloppy or too ignorant to use the right word.
See, Graham, like that's why I'm saying you want everyone to conform to the way you view reality.
No. I want them to not treat me shitty because I don't conform to their view of reality. Why can't they do that? They're basically saying I have to conform to their reality or get treated shitty by them. Why is that okay, Ariel?
That's not what's happening.
That's exactly what I see is happening. If you don't see that's what's happening, I got to go here. Let's touch base later, and you can explain to me where I'm wrong here, because I want to know where I'm wrong here and correct. Because if I can correct here, it's a correction that'll fix it for me. But think about it and show me where I'm going wrong here. I got to go here, Ariel. I'm sorry about this. Yep, talk to you later.
Full of weed-inspired themes. She is usually shown with a star-shaped leaf above her head and a piece of rope in her hand. And the theory is that the ancient goddess of writing got her creative writing abilities from weed. Now that is just a theory, but there are a lot of artifacts and hieroglyphs that document in pretty great detail some exact ways weed was being used at that time. And some of these are pretty wild. Ancient Egyptians understood far more about the human body than other cultures of that time, and ancient Egyptian medicine was pretty advanced. But the Egyptians also had very strong beliefs about the afterlife and their many gods, and these beliefs heavily influenced how they used medicine and...
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know how to deal with those disagreements because he views things in such a mathematical way and in such a perceptually objective way. But the thing is that, like, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that is a perfect example, though. What do you do if you're deathly allergic to peanuts and you want to live a normal life, but everyone around you is eating peanuts? It's not fucking fair. But at the same time, like, I've had conversations about him, like, regarding this, like, with COVID, and he thinks that we just need to kind of basically suck it up and just deal with it, and, like, we have to basically evolve out of it. And it's like, okay, so why doesn't he have to do the same thing? Like, it seems like a double standard to me personally. And I mean, at the end of the day, I think that we all have biases, but, like, when it comes to being offended by hearing the word proof, I mean, I really don't understand that. And I mean, like, at the end of the day, I still think it's like, and the reason I do bring him on is because he has a lot of really interesting thoughts, but when he does say something that I disagree with, I am going to push back against it because, you know, I don't think he means harm by any of these things, but I think that he also needs to understand that people are harmed by some of these things in the same way that he's harmed. So, like, in the same way that he feels his feet are being stepped on, other people feel their feet being stepped on when they hear this stuff that is also said by people who are saying it for less than, you know, good reasons. And I mean, yeah, I do agree with that. But now, what happens if everyone has the ability to become deathly allergic to peanuts just by eating peanut? Like, I mean, that's maybe more of an analogy to COVID, but so it's not a perfect one. But yeah. Also, if anyone wants to come on and hop on, feel free, because yeah, it's just me now. Just me all by myself. Here, I think I put it, where is it? Here. Here's the link, if anyone wants to join. Don't want to lose my mind talking to myself. But, yeah. Here, let's continue with this.
And wheat. In ancient Egypt, religion and medicine were pretty much the same thing. And one Egyptologist says that the earliest doctors were sort of like magicians. The earliest doctor was a magician, for the Egyptians believed that disease and sickness were caused by an evil force entering the body. And these doctors / magicians loved plants, and they soon found that weed was one of the most useful tools at their disposal. In the late 1800s, an ancient Egyptian medical book was discovered in its entirety that was written on 110 pages of cannabis fabric called papyri scrolls. This medical book, dubbed the Ebers Papyri, contained 700 of the most popular medical and magical formulas of the time, and it had a lot of recipes and treatments that contained shemshamat, the ancient Egyptian word for cannabis. This book was written in 1500 BC, but it seems like they already had a really good understanding of how weed actually worked. They even had ancient feminine hygiene products. Check it out. Shemshamat was to be ground into honey, introduced into her vagina to cool the uterus and eliminate its heat. And that reminds me of the CBD tampons that are being sold today.
Think about this. People how are they inserting it? Probably using alabastrum or alabastra. I don't know what the plural would be, but you know, the type of stuff that Amon's talking about that was used in mystery rites. And part of the reason you would want to use that is because I don't think it's very porous, and so it's going to be a lot more sanitary, and like, you know, bacteria won't grow as easily. But then on top of that, it's going to be small enough in order to insert, but I think it has like a bulb so that it well, for one, to contain the liquid that you're inserting, but on top of that, so that it's like basically the equivalent of like a flared base today, so that you don't lose something inside of yourself. I mean, I don't even know why I know any of this. Ethnobotany is so interesting, but it's like you learn some of the weirdest stuff in it. I mean, I have to admit, it's interesting. Not once have I regretted studying this stuff, but at the same time, I do kind of wonder what people think about the stuff that I'm saying. And sooner or later, I'm going to end up being like Amon. I don't think I'll ever be as out there as he is, but I can only imagine. But yeah, ancient Egyptian medicine was pretty impressive. They knew what a tumor was and how to remove small ones close to the skin surface. They also knew how to drain excess fluid from the brain when a kid had hydrocephaly. Wow, that's fascinating. I didn't know that. It's just amazing. I mean, we think that we know all this stuff now, but it's like how much knowledge has been lost, and then, you know, obviously we've learned some stuff, but how much of the stuff that we know now is just stuff that they knew in the past. It's this idea of there's nothing new under the sun. You know, it's here today, gone tomorrow, but tomorrow, here today, no, here yesterday, gone today, and back again tomorrow.
like CBD tampons are a new thing, but apparently Egyptians were putting honey on their biscuits a long time ago. Other ancient medical scrolls or papyri that contain weed recipes have also been found, and they show that ancient Egyptians also used weed for its anti-fever and anti-inflammatory properties. They even have one recipe for conditions like glaucoma that instructs that celery and cannabis is ground and left in the dew overnight. Both eyes of the patient are to be washed with it in the morning. Now that one sounds like an ancient THC glaucoma treatment to me. Now we know for a fact today that weed is a potent anti-inflammatory, that it's great for reducing intraocular pressure, and it's really good to help with glaucoma. But how did they know this stuff way back then? And they were using weed for all kinds of stuff back then and in all kinds of different ways. Dr. Ethan Russo says that weed was administered by mouth, rectum, vagina, bandaged to the skin, applied to the eyes, and by fumigation. I guess fumigation is like when you hotbox a pyramid or something. But weed wasn't just used as a medicine for the common man. Pharaohs likely used cannabis in ceremonial purposes too. Hieroglyphs clearly depict what seems to be people smoking bowls, and many mummified remains have tested positive for a significant deposition. Hieroglyphs clearly depict what seems to be people.
Wow. Okay, this is interesting. So, what on earth? So it seems they might have had smoking pipes. This is something that I do need to look more into. It's not something I know a whole lot about, but let's see. 1 second. See, smoking pipes pre-Columbian exchange, which actually, that raises the question, because I they found nicotine and nicotine and what was the other thing they found? It was nicotine and cocaine in those in some of the Egyptian mummies, which raises the I mean, because there is the speculation that you had this contact with the New World even before its discovery by Columbus, which wasn't discovered by, But it does raise the question: was there this contact with Egyptian society? I mean, like, because the whole idea of smoking pipes originated in the New World, at least supposedly. But it's like, how would it disappear from the Old World unless, like, it fell out of use for whatever reason, and then it got rediscovered? I mean, who even? I don't know. This is so fascinating. Let's see. Anyway, yeah. Ecclesiastes is your favorite book? Yeah, it's a really good one. Some people find it depressing. Honestly, I find it's kind of, I don't know, it's depressing in a good way, if that makes any sense. It's like a snake eating its own tail kind of depressing. It's like the start of something new, but it's also old. Let's see. Oh man, I can see a coked out pharaoh on a chariot driving like a maniac. It's like, oh Moses, I'm going to get you. It's like, oh, I thought I was going to let you go, but I changed my mind. Oh, dear Lord. And then he has a little white mustache underneath his nose. He's like, I'm coming to get you. Oh, God, that would be terrifying.
People smoking bowls, and many mummified remains have tested positive for a significant deposition of THC, including the mummy of Ramses the Great, and researchers have concluded that this was likely obtained through cannabis smoke. Egyptians used weed for a long time, but at the end of the 1700s, when Napoleon invaded Egypt, everything changed. A paper from Columbia University about hashish and drug abuse in Egypt wrote about Napoleon's introduction to Egyptian weed culture, and they said, the prevalence of hashish use was a shock. As one of his officers observed, The mass of the male population is in a perpetual state of stupor. Determined to protect his soldiers, Napoleon issued a terse decree. The use of a strong liquor made by some Muslims with a certain weed called hashish, as well as the smoking of the flowering tops of hemp, are forbidden in all of Egypt. Any cafes or restaurants serving these preparations were to be walled up and their proprietors imprisoned for 3 months. And of course, the people of Egypt thought this was an insane law for Napoleon just to come into their country and make up, but Napoleon tried to justify this new law by saying this: habitual smokers and drinkers of the plant lose their reason and suffer from violent delirium in which they are liable to commit excesses of all kinds. But even though Napoleon hated weed, he was sort of responsible for spreading it all over the place when he left Egypt. Not only did the hash shops open back up as soon as Napoleon fled Egypt, but a lot of Napoleon's men took cannabis with them when they left. And then they just sort of spread it everywhere they went. And if you want to learn more about that, or if you like this video, you'll probably like this video too about how weed first came to America. Or maybe this kind of video is what floats your weed-filled boat. And don't forget to subscribe if you want to learn more fun facts about weed and keep up.
Yeah, here, I'll pull it up so y'all can see what I'm responding to. Yeah, I do know a story of, was it Hassan ibn Saba, the old man of the mountain. It was just the fortress of, I forget what the name of it was. It was like all, I mean, to be fair, all is like how they would all start, but yeah, I don't remember the name of the fortress, but it was in Syria, I think. Let's see. Let me see if I can find anything else on Shimshama in the meantime. Let's see. Shimshamet. Let's see. Ooh, what's this?
Mi correo electrónico es Alfonso. Estaré encantado de atender a sus preguntas. Vamos a hablar del cannabis sativa, es decir, el cannabis cultivado. Probablemente el olor asociado se puede tratar.
One second. Shit, maybe. Safe shots. See what else we can find on her.
Okay, we're looking at part 3 of the history of cannabis, and now we're going to delve all the way into ancient Egypt. If you haven't seen the other 2 parts of it, part 1 will be in the top right-hand corner at the end of this video. We can go from there. It actually dates back from 28 million years ago to ropes being found 27,000 years ago to 6,500 years ago.
Oh, yeah, this guy's Neptune's Lagoon. I think he's one of Neil and Amon's viewers. Interesting. Yeah, y'all should subscribe to him. He seems like he has some really good content.
Definitely being brought into the area by Proto-Indo-Europeans, and then later we see it showing up just about everywhere, and famously so in Egypt also, but it's kind of hidden from people for some odd reason. I guess maybe the modern PC culture and things like that want to stave it away, but we are definitely finding a lot of medical uses for it nowadays. It's becoming a lot more popular to perhaps speak about, though for over 100 years it seemed to have been some big taboo, but right before that it was actually totally legal.
And I'm actually going to try to find one that's a bit shorter, but that guy has a really good channel, so definitely check it out. Let's see. Say shot. Interesting. Let's see. Let's see, Shesh maybe. Shesh Bible. Shesh Bible. Um, let's see. Hmm.
3. Take thou also unto thee 3 principal spices of liquid this 30:22 through 33. Take thou also unto thee 3 principal spices of liquid myrrh 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon half as much, even 250 shekels, and of sweet calamus 250 shekels, and of cassia 500 shekels after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of olive oil a hin. And thou shalt make it an oil of holy ointment, compound after the art of apothecary. It shall be a holy anointing oil. In some biblical translations, liquid myrrh is referred to as pure myrrh. Pure myrrh is the gum which comes out of the balsam plant. It was known as the painkiller tree by the ancient nomads. Cinnamon is also an ancient herbal medicine. Cinnamon is mentioned in several ancient pharmacopoeias and is certainly used by traditional healers. Cassia is also a type of cinnamon commonly known as Chinese cinnamon. It also has medicinal properties. Based on the Hebrew used within the holy oil, it is most likely that the rolled bark of the plant was used. Sweet calamus in some Bibles is also translated as fragrant cane. Calamus was banned by the FDA in 1968 for use in food and medicines. Calamus contains upwards of 75% acerone. Acerone is a poison which has been shown to cause cancer, affect heart, kidney, and liver functions. Why would God specify a poison to be used in the holy anointing oil? Could it be that some churches today are anointing the heads of babies with poison? Did God mandate that the holy anointing oil contain a poison? The original Hebrew for calamus is canabasim. Some translations have this as fragrant cane or aromatic cane. Some researchers have argued that this is actually sweet cane or sugar cane, although the term sweet does not occur in the original manuscripts. In the Hebrew, terms such as Elohim is rendered plural. So in the Hebrew, canabasim is also plural. The singular then is rendered cannabis. Cannabis sounds remarkably close to the modern-day word cannabis. Could it be that cannabis was the plant given by God to be used in the holy anointing oil? According to the Webster's New World Hebrew Dictionary, the current Hebrew word for hemp is cannabis. Cannabis has certainly been cultivated since the beginning of recorded history.
The use of cannabis by humans precedes the writing of history. In fact, most of history was written on paper that was made out of cannabis. So there's maybe some relation to that. But basically what we do know on that regard is that we have evidence that goes back 10,000 years to 8,000 BC that simultaneously, somewhat simultaneously, in 2 parts of the world, people began cultivating cannabis and using it for fiber purposes.
The use of cannabis for rope, sails, and rigging.
Haita ke'aniot socher. She is like a merchant ship. Yeah, I mean, like basically, I read Eshet Chayil, was it a woman of valor? Here, let me pull it up just so everyone can see. See, it's Proverbs. I mean, frankly, it's very clear to me that Proverbs was written under the effects of these herbs. I mean, given this just speculation, but it's like, to me, it's like it's reaching out to me. And I mean, given it's not, you know, a scholarly assessment, but there's definitely something there. I mean, okay, maybe not definitely, but there's most likely something there. So, so Isha Chayil, so like a woman of valor, a woman of worth is how it translates it. Who can find her? She's worth more in value than pearls. So I'm just going to skip to the ones that are mainly. I mean, so it's nice that the heart of her husband trusts in her, but let's look at the ones that are specific to this. So, so this word Gamaltehu Tov. So she brings for him good. It's not she'll do him good. Like brings or like brings, like a camel brings. It's Gamal. It means to deal fully with, or to deal bountifully with. So she gives him bounties of good and not evil all the days of her life. She seeks wool and flax, semaru pishtim, and Vita was it? She works in pleasure with her hands. She's like the merchant ships from afar that bring bread, mimerchat tavi lachma, or technically just food, sustenance. She gets up while it's still night and gives food to her household. Okay, let's see. She considers a field and buys it with the fruit of her hands, mipri kapea, like the fruit of her palms. She plants a vineyard. She girds her loins with strength, and she makes her arms strong. So this girdle is also probably a connection with like the girdle of Aphrodite. Tamama kitov, she tastes. Okay, this is interesting. She perceives that her merchandise is good, but literally she tastes that that her merchandise is good. And let's see, what's this? And her lamp or her candle does not go out at night. And it's interesting. This word nera is connected with with menorah. See, I think it should have it here somewhere. Ner menorah. Interesting. Near is also the tillable or untilled or fallow ground. And you even have this connection with so ora, because it can also be min ora, menorah. And ora means herb of light, as well as literally just meaning light. It's fascinating. This is something that I only recently found in Chris Bennett's book, which I mean I could read in a bit. But she puts out her hands, or sends out her hands to the spindle or the distaff, the kishore, like the loom, and her hands tamhu halech, her hands hold the spindle. She stretches her hands out to the ani, to the poor, and her hands are sent out to the evion, to the destitute. She's not afraid of the snow for her household. Okay, so yeah, she's not afraid of the snow because her household, all of her household, are clothed with scarlet. Kol beita lavush shanim. And so scarlet is really key. I mean, it's connected to the to the scarlet worm. But she makes for herself marvadim, like covers or a spreadlet, basically probably like a dress or something. Shesh ve'argaman, shesh and argaman. So shesh, something bleached white, byssus, linen, fine linen, alabaster, similar stone, marble. So basically means this really fine, really pure material. But there is, I mean, I'm almost certain that the shesh is hemp. I mean, what we were talking about before, because here you can see byssus is also, byssus is boots. So there's no reason why they would need to specify that shesh is also, like, why would they have two different words for the same thing with no difference in context? There has to be a different context, otherwise there wouldn't be a different word. But anyway, so she makes for herself coverlets. Her clothing is fine linen or hemp and purple. Her husband is known in the gates, and it's because of what he wears, because she makes it for him. When he sits among the elders of the land, she makes garments and sells them and delivers girdles to the merchant, literally to the Canaanite. And here you have the girdle again. Strength and dignity, Ozva Hadar, Lavusha are her clothing, V'tischak Yom Acharon, and she laughs to or at the last day. Pia Petcha B'chochma, she opens her mouth in wisdom, V'torat Chesed al Lishonah, and the Torah of kindness is upon her tongue. She watches. Let's see, where else is there? Kamu Banea Vayeshrua. Her children rise up and call her happy or blessed. And it's interesting because Asherah is from the same root as Asherah. And then here you have Bala Veyahalela, and her husband praises her. But again, it's interesting because Bala can also be lady, or like basically the female equivalent of Lord. Let's see. Rabot Banot Asuchayil. Many daughters have done have done valorously. Ve'at alit al kulana, but you have far surpassed them all, or you are higher above them all. Sheker achen vehevel yofi. So, was it grace is grace is illusory, and beauty is fleeting. But a woman who fears the Lord, she is to be praised. Give to her from the fruit of her hands, and her works will praise her in the gates. Oh shoot, I wasn't sharing any of this. Dang it. Well, I mean, you get the point because I translated it, but dang. Let's see. Any comments? Let's see. I don't know if they used to anoint, but it sure is fun to smoke or to eat. Yeah. See, when I was a Christian, I memorized Proverbs 31. It was taught that it was God's instruction manual for women. It's such I mean, like, to be fair, that's kind of more or less how some Jews view it. Like, it's like, oh, this is, what you should look for in a Jewish wife. And I mean, yeah, you should, but it's like, I think a lot of people take this, like, for instance, a woman who fears the Lord, that means like someone who listens to absolutely everything, and it's like they listen to what they're but it's like, at the end of the day, I mean, a woman who fears the Lord is a woman who actually understands what that is. And I mean, given, at least the way I would look at it is like, this is so much more than just talking about human women. This is literally talking about a goddess. Like, and it's just being couched with it. And I mean, given, oh my God, I'm probably, there's certain people who would, view that as really heretical. But the thing is that I mean, I view this as describing Gehenna, which is literally just, an aspect or like a manifestation of God within Judaism. It's not anything that's heretical, but people have just been so divorced from this concept that the idea of God as feminine, like beyond just, a masculine God taking on feminine roles, like that really is too much for some people. And I mean, I don't blame them because they've been, hyper normalized this idea that that's evil or that's pagan or that's corrupt. But at the end of the day, the thing that was seen about all that stuff back in what was I saying? The stuff that's clear about all those narratives. Wow, I just totally lost my train of thought. Yeah, not sure where I was going with that. In some places, there's also there's also like these narratives of genocide. So I don't really know how anti-racist that is, but I think it's also important to look at that within context and see that they're not saying anything that's any different than any other culture. They're saying, hey, we destroyed this culture, but in reality, they emerged from it. So they might have destroyed it, but they destroyed it by consuming it, not by actually killing it, if that makes any sense. It's like this type of, it's almost like this idea of Jonah and the whale. When the whale ate Jonah, it didn't kill him. He was preserved in the belly. And so you have this preservation, almost a fossilization, except you have the thing that's being fossilized remaining alive. And eventually it can be spat out and it can, be fully appreciated. Let's see. My favorite passage was 32:22 to 32. Wait, what are you talking about? Proverbs only has 31, unless you're talking about something else. but I need to rest my. Dang it! I was going to read from the book, but then I worked up my throat again. Give me a moment, and then we'll get started. Oh, Genesis. Also, I need to check something. I have the pot of water boiling. I just need to make sure that it's not boiling over. Here, let me see. Where are we watching? Here. Was it? Oh, let's see. Is it here? No, here. Here.
Into ancient times are well documented. Imagine the Solomon. What can
somewhat simultaneously in two parts of the world, people began cultivating cannabis and using it for fiber purposes.
The use of cannabis for rope, sails, and rigging into ancient times are well documented. Imagine the amount of cannabis rope it would have taken to construct the Temple of Solomon. What other way was there to construct ropes at that time, which could lift the weights not only of the Temple of Solomon, but in fact the pyramids themselves?
In Egypt, they were using flax to make the linens that were used on the mummies, but that they were using hemp for making ropes.
Cannabis was thought to be an Indo-European word, specifically of Scythian origin. The Scythians were largely responsible for the spread of cannabis into Europe.
A lot of people would argue, well, how does an Indo-European root end up in the Hebrew language? Because, you know, cannabis is definitely from an Indo-European root. An Indo-European language is basically the root language of most of our modern languages. Hebrew is independent of this. And that is because it was an item of trade. And as items of trade, it retains its same name from region to region, unlike stuff that can be found in any locality like water or a cow or wheat or whatever, which has its own name in each place. Items of trade generally come with a name that they retain from their place of existence. And we have other examples of this in the Bible as well. In fact, in Exodus 30:23, where we have the reference to cannabosum, we have a reference to cinnamon, which was the Hebrew counterpart of cinnamon, which was also a very popular item of trade.
The scythe was an invention of the Scythians used for the harvest of cannabis. This has come to us in the legends of the Grim Reaper.
One of the main factors that ties us all together is this group known as the Scythians. Some people say Scythians. I prefer Scythians because there's a tool that's called a scythe, which we have today that comes from them. And what it is whereas a sickle has a small blade and a handle on it that's used for cutting wheat, the scythe is a long handle, a long blade. If you ever see the Grim Reaper, he's got a scythe that he's carrying. And the Grim Reaper symbolizes that at the end of our lives, that just as people go out and harvest the fields of hemp, the Grim Reaper comes and harvests people at the end of their lives. The Scythians invented that tool for harvesting cannabis.
Herodotus, an early Greek ethnographer in the 5th century BC, wrote of the Scythians and their use of cannabis.
Now, the Scythians get their main mention and historical reference out of Herodotus.
Herodotus, of course, was an early ethnographer. He said that it was his duty to record what he was told. He didn't necessarily believe everything.
Jesus didn't smoke pot, but I do believe cannabis was the key ingredient in the holy anointing oil he used to perform healing miracles. Sound crazy? Well, let's look at the evidence. Jesus never referred to himself as Christ. That was a name given to him by his disciples. It's an Aramaic word that means the anointed one, which makes sense because Jesus anointed his flock before sending them out to anoint others, as described in Mark 6:13.
Wait, did they seriously just try to say that Christ is an Aramaic word for anointed one? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
To him by his disciples. It's an Aramaic word that means the anointed one.
No. So Moshiach is Hebrew. I guess you could argue there's also a form that's Aramaic. It would be like maybe Mashiach versus Moshiach. I'm not 100% sure. But like to say that's Aramaic, Christ is Greek. I have a feeling that whoever edited this probably edited that out and made him look like an idiot, because I've listened to David Bean in stock. He's not an idiot. So why does he sound like one in this video? And I'm almost certain it's because of the editing. I'm actually 99% certain. If that's not the case, it's probably that he just got mixed up and they, because he wasn't the one editing it, that they just left it in because the people who made this didn't know. And this is why ancient studies is so important. This is why teaching ancient languages is so important. And this is why, if we keep going in the direction we are, we're going to think that the Jews built the pyramids. And that is one of, given, to be fair, it's an easy misconception because that's one of the things that's really not talked about. But it's at the same time, everyone knows about the pyramids. Why do so many people think that it was built by the Jews, for instance? Let's see. Hey, Usal, good to see you too. You can hop on if you're free, if you want. The link's up there. Just let me know. I'll paste it again if you want.
Which makes sense, because Jesus anointed his flock before sending them out to anoint others, as described in Mark 6:13. They cast out many devils and anointed with oil many that were sick and healed them. But what exactly was in that holy anointing oil that Jesus used to perform all those healing miracles? The recipe for holy anointing oil is first found in the Old Testament, Exodus 30:22-23, and calls for infusing 9 pounds of a plant known as cannabosum, literally translated as fragrant cane, into about 6 quarts of olive oil, along with essential extracts of myrrh and cinnamon. According to conventional biblical scholarship, the 250 shekels of cannabosum, that's about 9 pounds, listed in ancient Hebrew versions of the Old Testament, supposedly refers to a flowering plant called calamus. But Chris Bennett, author of the 2001 book Sex, Drugs, and Violence in the Bible, believes this is a mistranslation, one stemming from a perhaps willful mistake made the first time the Old Testament was translated into Greek. Cannabosum, he claims, was cannabis.
Yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about. I refuse to believe that he, well, not refuse to believe. I'm almost certain that they edited it out. But yeah, but to eat with Ishashili, but to eat with your wife, have fun. Yeah. Thank you though. I just saw you were live and wanted to say hi and hit some besamim with 100%. It's really interesting because I think that I don't know if you were here for it, but I think I found the connection, the missing link between the Sheish and the Sheish Eshisha and the Sim Ishara, or so the Sim is a cognate with the Besam or Bosem. So, and then you also have the connection with the Queen of Heaven. So we know that there was, an herb or incense that was being burnt to Malkat HaShamayim. And then we know that it was probably Kanet Bosem. But the thing is that in Egypt, they had a name for cannabis called Shemshemet, which was based off of Sheshet and off of an association with Ra. And so here you have this other association with a heavenly deity. In this case, even a connection with a wisdom goddess. She not only that, I'm telling you, I think that you could actually read Proverbs, like the part where it's talking about, Ve'ihye etzlo amon. That could be, in a sense, using language that's kind of being drawn off of this Greco-Egyptian Greco-Egyptian narrative of basically you have Amon as Hashem, and then obviously this. It's also interesting because the technically the Amon in this would actually be the feminine character, but and then in this case Chochma would be Sheshat. So you have Sheshat and Amon. You have the the creator behind everything, and then the architect through which he creates. And you have that same exact motif with Sheshat. She is an architect. She is she's how rulers construct their temples. And then that even fits with this through me. What was it like? Bi melachim malchu vebi Yesharim Yesharu. I forget exactly how it is, but yeah. And then that it turns into Ashisha, Shisha, Hashish. Yeah, there's definitely something there. And then also another thing that I mean, we'll have to talk about it sometime. I forget. You're in the Discord, right? But anyway, so that it's possible that the reference to the menorah, because I already knew that the menorah was probably this couched reference for the tree of life. I mean, it is a couched reference for the tree of life, but specifically for the cannabis plant. But one thing that might confirm it is the fact that menorah, there's actually another root for it. Here, I'll post the link in here. But so with menorah, it's not just like it's not just necessarily like a menera, like it's connected to the root for nera, but it might also be min ora. And one of the things that's interesting with that is that you know what ora means. So I mean, there's like that, orot tagdolot, or like the greater orot, or the greater ora and the lesser ora, one to rule the day and one to rule the night. But on top of that, so here it's saying, there's this a different aura to a light to rule the day and a light to rule the night. But it's also talking about probably an herb as well in a more couched reference, because aura also means an herb of light. Like I'm not making this up. I when I saw this, I'm like, okay, this has got to be someone's reading this into it. But no, it's there. Like, it is so striking. In fact, let me read this real quick before you head out. I don't know if you headed out, but if you did, other people are going to enjoy this. Oh, shoot, I forgot to post the link. Right, sorry. I'm going to post that first. Let's see. Where is it? Here. Some more. Invite people. Set to not expire. Generate new link. Copy. Here. Right here. Just posted the link to the Discord for anyone who wants to join. So listen to this. This blew my mind. So let's see, where is it? Actually, I'm just going to read it from. Actually, give me a moment, because what I can do is I'm going to pull it up on StreamYard, and that'll be a lot faster. How do I do this? Banners. Is it? Let's see, where would I do that? Okay, it would be overlay. Is it over? Oh shoot! Dang it! Not mean it. Hopefully, I don't get struck for that. Oh dang it! I really hope I don't get struck for that. Dang it. No, it's where is it? Overlay. Would be. Oh, I'm crossing my fingers. I'm really hoping I don't get struck for that. I swear to God. Like, if I get struck for that, that's ridiculous. I need to remove that image. Even though it's like, there's nothing wrong with it, it's all covered up, I still, I got struck for it before, so kind of holding my breath right now. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let me find the... How is I going to? Yeah, I'm going to text myself the or not text. I'm going to send it in Twitter. That way I can copy the image. And okay, let's see. So, let's see, where is it? Here. Sorry about the delay. Menorah. Let's see, where is it? Okay, is it this one? No. This one? No. Sorry, almost there. Is it this one? Yeah, found it. Okay, perfect. So now Twitter. Let's see. Oh, one moment here. Let's see. Copy image. How do I do this? Oh shoot. 1 second. I need to post this here. Text chat. Paste. And then I need to save it first. Okay, here. So save image, and then I'll be able to upload it here. So banners, brand, overlay. I think that's what I need to do. Here, does this work? I have to get rid of something. 1 second. Delete overlay, add overlay. Here it goes. Are we able to see it? Yep. Okay, perfect. Here, I need to zoom in to see this better. All right. So, indeed, the image. So, this is down in the bottom area. So, indeed, the imagery used in Genesis 41:22. So, let's pull this up. Genesis 41:22. Hold on. Genesis 41:22. Genesis 41:22. All right, so interesting. So, and I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears came up on one stalk, full and good. So the era, and I saw Bechalomi in my dream, Vehine, and beheld Sheva Shibulim, seven like sheaths or 7 flowing streams, ears of grain. Olot going up, Bekane Echad, going out from one single kane. And again, what is this kane? It's probably kane bosom, but there's all these different potential meanings for it. But melot vitovot, full and good. Interesting. I don't know what it's connecting this to in the here. I have to look back at it. So here. So indeed, the imagery used in Genesis 41:22 brings to mind the Hebrew religious symbol of the menorah, which itself looks very much like a blossoming hemp plant, glistening with resin. Benjamin McQueen. The name menorah itself has relationships to the name of a loom, used in weaving, and a plow used in farming. And I don't know if y'all were here before when I showed this, but the root nera, it also has to do with untilled soil. The second part of the name, ora, refers not only to brightness, but to a bright plant. Strong, 1979. The word name, ora, refers not only to brightness, but to a bright plant. Oh, shoot, I just read it again. The word ora appears in this context in 2 Kings 4:39, when the prophet Elisha orders one of the men to go out into the field to gather herbs, ora, from which he makes a strange stew that strikes terror into the hearts of the men who taste it. The second appearance is recorded in a more reverent tone. So here, let's read this one. So 2 Kings 4:39. Here. Interesting. Okay, so let's see. So this is also not interesting. Okay, so here. So we're going to open this one. So, and Elisha came to Gilgal, and there was a famine in the land, and the sons of the prophets were sitting before him. And he said to the servant, set on the great pot and boil a pottage for the sons of the prophets. Okay, so Vayetze echad, and one went out, El Hasadeh, went out to the field, Laleket, to gather. Okay, this is interesting because Laleket is to go, but Laleket is to gather, it seems like. Yeah, to gather, to pick up. Orot, Vayimtsa Gefen. So to gather herbs and to find vines. Vine of the field. Wild vine, maybe it's saying, Vayileket mimenu, and he harvested from them pakot sadeh. What's this? Pakot? Gourds of the field, wild gourds, milo, that were full. Big dough. Oh, his lap full, and came and sliced them into the pot of pottage, for they knew them not. Interesting. So they poured out for the men to eat. Interesting. And it came to pass, as they were eating of the pottage, that they cried out and said, O thou man of God, there is death in the pot, and they could not eat. But he said, then bring meal. And he cast it into the pot, and he said, pour out for the people, that they may eat. And there was no harm in the pot. Interesting. And there was a man from Baal Shalisha, and brought the man of God bread of the first fruits, 20 loaves. Okay, yeah, I was going into something else. See any comments before we move on? Yeah, it really does. So let's see. And so the other reference that we had was, let's see, where is this? Tanakh. It would be in it would be in Isaiah. So let's go back to here. So, oh shoot, y'all weren't able to see everything I was looking at. Whatever, it's fine. So here, let's see. So, the second appearance is recorded in a more reverence tone, coming from the eloquent pen of Isaiah. Thy dew is as the dew of herbs, or Ra, Isaiah 26:19. Possibly the biblical instructions for making the elaborate candle holder that were given to Moses offer us the strongest sense of the vegetative symbolism incorporated into it. Make a lampstand of pure gold and hammer it out, base and shaft. Its flower-like cups, or flower-like cups, buds and blossoms shall be one piece with it. 6 branches are to extend from the sides of the lampstand, 3 on one side and 3 on the other. 3 cups shaped like almond flowers, with buds and blossoms, are to be in one branch. The buds and branches shall all be of one piece with a lampstand. That's from Exodus. So, just to let's see. The coenzyme to create the effect. The mill, I mean. Interesting. Can you expand on what you mean? Oof. I need to put on another video. My throat is getting dry. It's so much worse when you don't have someone else to fill the time. So, let's see. So here we have, we have been with pain, or we have been with child. We have been in pain. Wait. Oh, wow. This is so. Oh, this is about the coming of the Mashiach. So Adonai Bitzar Pakaducha, was it in trouble? Have they besought thee? They poured out a silent prayer when thy chastening was upon them. Kamohara Takriv Laledit, like a pregnant woman nearing birth. Starting to near birth, Tachil. Tizak, she cries out, cries out, Bechavlea, in pain, I'm guessing. Shoot, where'd it go? Dang it. Bechavlea, where did it go? bechavlea. Oh, chavel. Yeah, is there another context? Yeah, in pain or in pain. Ken, therefore, hayinu. What's this? We have been mipanecha Adonai. There we have been in the before the Lord, or in the sight of the Lord. Harinu chalnu. Let's see. So we have been pregnant. Chalnu. We have cholal. We have been in pain. Kamo yaladnu. As if with child. Ruach Yeshuat. What is it? Ruach Yeshuat. Like a spirit of redemption, which this is something that Christians tend to read in a very obvious way. Well, I mean, obvious because of the fact that so many Christians are starting to use, like, trying to, Hebraicize Jesus. But no, I mean, like, it's at the end of the day, that's why it was such a common name, because everyone wanted a savior to come. Like, it's not necessarily, basically, the idea that he was named that, so many people were named that. There's nothing special about that name. It just so happens to be that people think that certain people think he is a Messiah. So because of that, people read that into it. But it's kind of like, imagine you have a king named Ray. Well, no one's going to, or like Reynold. Well, I mean, you basically have a king named King. Like, it's not really something that means anything until you have someone who happens to have that position or is viewed that way. But anyway, let's see. Balna say so that we do not. We have not done. Eretz of Baal, and we have not. Yiflu, we have not fallen. Yoshvei Tevel, off the inhabitants of the earth have not fallen. Yachyu or Yichyu. Metecha. So let's see, the dead have risen, or was it the dead of thy people shall live? So they shall live, the dead, or your dead shall live. Nivalti. My corpse. Oh wow, yeah. So interesting. I mean, I do tend to think that probably some of these prophecies are going back to these, like, probably traditions that are connected with Baal, or like essentially Hashem as Baal, but then that name no longer got used. And then basically that left the motif open for someone like, Jesus to, well, given I don't even think that the motif was applied by Jesus so much. I mean, I guess he could have been, honestly, it's already just really out there for people, like to even just make the claim that Jesus was trying to bring back. Oh, take care. But yeah, I mean, it's already a very big claim to, given I don't think it's an inaccurate claim. I think it, maybe this is a bit oversimplified, but that in a lot of ways that Jesus was trying to bring back some of the more pagan elements to the Israelite tradition, stuff that was seen as being the original ways, like the proper ways, at least within certain people's contexts, which I actually tend to agree with. But obviously that's not how it gets interpreted by the church, or even, by, I guess in a way Jews do kind of view it that way, because the idea is that he was trying to bring back idolatry. But again, what is actually qualified as idolatry? Because some could argue that the Torah is an idol. I mean, it gets really tricky when you actually think about it, because the Torah, I mean, is the Torah worshipped? Because the Torah is also kind of connected, like, with God in a way that it's like the Torah isn't God, but the Torah and God are one, if that makes any sense. And so you get some really interesting thought here, but it does raise the question of what is idolatry and what isn't, what's paganism and what isn't. And I really think the deeper you dive into it, the more you realize that these are, like, they're less so having to do with objective realities and more so us versus them terms. They're in-group versus out-group. And that's why part of the reason I don't see pagan as being a bad thing, because, I mean, at the end of the day, what makes something, like, I don't know. It's tricky because, like, I'm not saying that, because I think it's important to state that, like, Judaism today it's not pagan, but it developed from a place that was. I mean, it's even just tested to in the First Temple period. Like, it's just not deniable. You'd basically have to deny the Bible in order to say that, to make that ridiculous statement. And yeah, anyway, let's continue with this. So your dead men, or your dead shall rise, or your dead shall live. My dead body, or my carcass, will yakumun, will rise, hakatsir, with the hakatsio. Wait, hakaitso, in his summer. Interesting. Unless there's awaken. It's my carcass will arise and awaken. It's awake and verananu, and sing, shochne afar, dwellers of the dust, kital orat, because the dew of the herb, or of the herbs of light, talech. What's this? The dew is as the dew of herbs. The aretz, and the earth, Rephaim tapil, will, like, cast out the Rephaim, the shades of the dead. Interesting. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely some really, really interesting stuff here. Let me see if I can find another video, and then we'll probably end off soon. Oh wow, it's already been 3 hours. Wow. So yeah, here.
But could an oil infused with 9 pounds of cannabis really produce a healing miracle? Well, you might have seen a recent CNN special about a little girl named Charlotte who suffered 300 grand mal seizures per week, even after cycling through.
So sad. She passed away from COVID. Like, I really feel like people just have forgotten everyone who's died and everyone who's been, injured by it. And it's like, it's just so bizarre to me. Like, yeah, I mean, without getting into the video that got me banned, which was just not banned, but suspended. Like, I think it's really important to talk about this. Like, why is it that people don't realize that things are bad until it's too late? Like, it literally says in Isaiah, like, until when? Like, when will people repent? Or when will people change their ways? And it's not until a tenth yet, or until yet a tenth remains. And it likens it to the like the stump of the oak, stump of the oak and the terebinth, that it'll be a holy stump. And it's like, it's depressing, but I mean, I see it happening right in front of me. Like, people are just destroying their immune systems because they're just continuing to get infected, and it's like, people are somehow convinced that because we're dealing with something that is, it happens to be, of a specific virus family, that somehow means it's just a cold. It's the most insane thing ever. I mean, like, this is basically the equivalent of airborne AIDS, and people are just normalizing it. And, like, I have to admit, like, this is a really screwed up way to go out if this is how humanity is going to go out, because it's not going to be with a bang. It's going to be a whimper. And, like, it's not going to be a quiet whimper. It's going to be everyone crying at the same time. Because, I mean, frankly, I don't mean to be depressing, but I really don't know how long I have to live, because I don't know how this is going to impact my, long-term health. Like, I don't know how this affects aging. I mean, we know it causes like an increase in aging. Not like you age fat. Well, actually, see, that's the thing. There's still a lot of speculation out about this, whether it's that it causes, like, the equivalent of 10 years of aging, or whether there's a speed up in aging. But the point is that, like, it just really, I mean, it doesn't hurt to wear a mask. And like how people got brainwashed into thinking that it was about being forced to, like not once was I ever forced to wear a mask. The thing is, did I choose to? Yeah, I mean, given in some certain places you have to, but the thing is that you could always just choose not to go there. Like, I don't know. It's, to me, honestly, I'm going to just stop talking after this about this, but if wearing a mask is such a hassle to you, like if it makes you so upset, like unless you have a legitimate reason for that, and by legitimate reason I mean like there's something on your face that like putting anything on it like basically causes extreme pain, like, or you know, some sort of like hypersensitivity. But I don't mean just anyone saying that. Like if you're just trying to make an excuse and like I don't want to wear a mask, I'm sorry, that's some of the most crybaby shit I've ever heard. Like, it's like, is life really that meaningless to you if you think that? And I mean, the truth is, so many of my friends in real life, and even people I think that it's just been so normalized, and people don't realize that they're basically playing the equivalent of Russian roulette with their lives, and or more so livelihoods. But like, it's just, I honestly, having long COVID is one thing. It's depressing, but it's a lot more depressing seeing society continuing to just go off the cliff. Like that's what hurts me more than anything. But yeah, let's continue on a good note. Don't want to get all depressing now. Well, too late.
Every pharmaceutical anti-seizure medicine and a series of painful procedures that left her unable to walk, talk, or eat. The first time Charlotte's parents gave her a dose of holy plant-derived cannabis oil, her seizures immediately ceased and stopped for 7 straight days. She's down from more than 1,200 major seizures per month to just 2 or 3 mild ones. Some might call that a miracle. Now, back to that recipe in the Old Testament. Cannabis makes its first appearance in the Bible as part of the story of Moses and the burning bush, when the revered Jewish prophet gets the holy anointing oil recipe, along with clear instructions to anoint only the priest class and kings. So did Jesus later break this prohibition by providing holy anointing oil to the sick? Is that what made him such a threat to the powers that be and led to his execution? Aside from crucifixion, recipe, along with clear by providing to just 2 or 3 mild ones. Some might call that a miracle. Now, back to that. He ceased and stopped for 7 straight days. She's down from more than 1,200 doses of holy plant-derived cannabis oil her seizures immediately ceased and stopped for 7 months. Bush, when the religion makes its first back to that recipe in the Old Testament. Cannabis makes its first appearance in the Bible as part of the story of Moses and the burning bush, when the revered Jewish prophet gets the holy anointing oil recipe, along with clear instructions to anoint only the priest class and kings.
Hey Bill, what's up? Invite's open if you want to hop on. Up to you. I guess I need a... Well, I don't know where it was, but yeah, push it again if you want.
So did Jesus later break this prohibition by providing holy anointing oil to the sick? Is that what made him such a threat to the powers that be and led to his execution? Aside from crucifixion, baptism is considered the only historically certain fact about Jesus' life. But if water served as the catalyst for Jesus' spiritual ascension, why does he never perform a baptism? Served only historically certain fact about Jesus' life. But if water served as the catalyst for a certain fact about Jesus' life, but if water served as the catalyst for Jesus' spiritual ascension, why does he never perform a baptism? Why take the name Christ? And why anoint his flock in oil before sending them out to anoint others? To those who believe that Jesus used cannabis oil, the answer lies in non-canonical Christian texts. The canonical texts of the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, were not selected as canon until around 325 years after Jesus' death, when the Roman Catholic Church selected them from a large number of contenders. The church then sought out and destroyed every account that differed from their now official version of events. Christians who continued to promote alternate views of Jesus and his teachings were labeled heretics and brutally suppressed. As a result, much of their scripture and dictates were thought to be lost forever. Until 1945, when an Egyptian peasant digging for fertilizer in a cave unearthed 13 leather-bound manuscripts inside a sealed jar, a treasure trove purposely buried there by scribes at a nearby monastery sometime around AD 367, when the church first condemned the use of non-canonical texts. Within these volumes, many of which predate the books of the New Testament, biblical experts discovered a parallel but radically different telling of the life of Jesus, one that places the anointing ceremony squarely at the center of Christianity. The Gospel of Philip, for instance, proclaims that any person who, quote, receives this oil is no longer a Christian, but a Christ. A transformation then compared to baptism, in which would-be initiates, quote, go down into the water and...
Seems like that could be the issue, because if you have people who are anointed and they're becoming Christ, then why is Jesus special? I mean, the short answer is because... Sorry, my dog's barking. The short answer is... Sorry, I'm just anticipating that she's about to bark, and I'm going to try and mute myself before she does, but... Hold on, one moment.
come up without having received anything, because there is water in water, there is fire in chrism. Chrism, of course, is the holy anointing oil. And did I mention about the 9 pounds of cannabis? To hear more of this story, download this week's episode of Great Moments in Weed History, available free from iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, or wherever you get podcasts.
I don't remember what I was saying before, but that's interesting. Let's see, so what now?
As weed becomes legal and the world contemplates how to fit it into mainstream life, its benefits are often split into 2 rigid categories: medical marijuana, which is rapidly gaining legitimacy, and recreational pot, which is seen as the key to its emergence as a multi-billion-dollar industry. But lost in this bifurcation of bud is a centuries-old mysterious tradition: getting high to get closer to a higher power. For Americans, it seems easy to write that use off as an exotic curiosity, the practice of Hindu sadhus or dreadlock Rastafarians. But that's starting to change, as some Christians, who make up 75% of the US population, are beginning to prove that cannabis and Christianity can coexist. I've come to Colorado, where weed is legal, to meet Deb Button, the founder of a stoner Bible study group, to find out if cannabis can save the soul. Hi.
Oh, hey, you must
Deb?
be Krishna.
Yeah,
Yes,
nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Beautiful out here.
I know this is a perfect day. Perfect day for gardening. I love these ladies.
Do they have names?
Yeah, CBD, Purple Urkel.
I thought you were going to be like John, Paul.
Right.
So, Deb, tell me, how did you sort of first get into cannabis? Was it something that was part of your life for a while?
I was pretty close-minded, not gonna lie. I thought it was all bunk. I really did. Like, you know, I smoked in college and stuff, but I was in mom mode, you know? All drugs are bad. But I was on some really serious drugs for migraines. And somebody encouraged me to try edibles. And I was like, well, that sounds respectable. I could do edibles.
Mm-hmm.
It's been about 1.5 years, and I haven't had any migraines. So
Wow.
I haven't stopped since.
Tell me about sort of your relationship with God.
I was brought up Baptist, but educated in Catholic school. But I never really felt him until like the first time I got high and went on a bike ride. And I was just looking at the sunset and the mountains, the Rockies were in the background, and I'm in the middle of this beautiful trail. It just dawned on me how much he loves us. I'm like, this is beautiful.
Or they.
Do you think that was the God, or do you think that was the weed?
I think it was the weed letting me see him better. When I had those experiences, that's when I just sat down and on a whim made a Craigslist ad and just wondered if there was anybody else out there that liked to smoke weed and read the Bible. And to my surprise, there were plenty of them. That's not to say I haven't had spiritual experiences in church, but they've been few and far between.
Why haven't you had spiritual experiences at church? It seems like that's the place to have them, right?
Maybe. It's complex. I just think I always feel judged in church.
When news of the Stoner Bible study started to spread, Deb had to confront the judgment from traditional Christians she'd been trying to avoid. She showed me some of the hate mail she received. And effectively, they're calling you a blasphemer and someone who's disobedient to God, right?
Oh, right,
And
right.
unholy. Like darkness continues to find more and more ways into the body of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
So people commenting are saying that weed is evil in
Oh,
the
right.
minds of these people.
Very evil. You know, in my looking through the Bible, I couldn't find them making any negative comments towards cannabis.
Right.
If I know like what's wrong with what I'm doing, I can really examine how I feel about it. But I couldn't get anything other than just anger more than anything. People will throw scripture at me, but I have no idea like how it's really related to cannabis.
Mm-hmm. Has anything bad happened to any of your members of your group after sort of this hate mail came out?
One of the pastors in our group, he was part of the worship team at his church, and they kicked him off the worship team. He and his wife, they shunned both of them. There were a few death threats. They offered to put a bullet in the back of my head. I had my phone number out there, my address out there. I told people where we're meeting. And so I've learned to be a little more discreet, knowing that there are 1 million Christians in this country.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be a fair share of them that are offended.
So, wow, that's just, I mean, that is so striking because, I mean, it's a direct, like, it really shows how a lot of the Bible's prophecy in certain ways. So, like, here, let me see if I can find it. So, this is, you know, wisdom or the tree of life talking. I was with him as an Amma and a source of delight every day, rejoicing before him at all times, rejoicing in his inhabitant, well, literally playing before him at all times, taking delight, rejoicing or playing in his inhabited world, taking or finding delight with the children of man. Now, sons, listen to me. Happy are the Asherah Adam, or no, Asherah. No, so happy are those who keep my ways. He discipline and become wise. Do not spurn it. Happy is the man who listens to me, coming early to my gates each day, waiting outside my doors. For he who finds me wisdom, or life, or well, rather the tree of life, finds life and obtains favor from the Lord. But he who misses me destroys himself. chomes nafsho, does violence to his own body and soul. Kol misone ahavu mavet. All those who hate me love death. I mean, this. Wait. Do we lose who? Oh. I feel like I might be missing something, but yeah. I mean, literally, this lady got death threats for talking about the Bible and weed, about Christianity and weed. Like, how insane is that? But it's saying those who hate me, and if you do correlate this with cannabis as well, those who hate cannabis love death. I mean, and it's true. I mean, at the end of the day, you might not like cannabis, but if you hate cannabis, like to truly hate something, especially to hate something that helps people, like that's a special type of evil. And it's saying that you'll destroy your own soul if you do that. It's destructive to like, it's not even saying you're going to do violence to other people. It's literally saying you're going to do violence to your own self.
While the threats forced Deb to shut down Stoner Bible Study for the safety of her congregants, she's boldly decided to reconvene the group.
Well, hello. Welcome, Jatan. Nice to see you.
Hey, Deb, how are you?
Oh, there's Todd.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Carolyn.
We're going to be making some bangers and mash, infused with the cannabis oil.
So this one's an olive oil?
Real spiritual ecstasy.
So are you guys like excited to kind of get the band back together to start the Stoner Bible Study again?
Totally. Do you want to go sit outside?
Come on in. Hey, how you doing? I'm Krishna.
So you'll light it?
Here, I'll light it for you.
Then Jesus called a little child to him and said, "Assuredly, I say to you, unless you are converted and become as little children, you will by no means enter the kingdom of heaven."
Like Jesus is saying, we experience the kingdom of heaven when we find ourselves childlike. So what does that mean? My dad was a pastor. Weed was never part of that. But what I realized is, you know, when you take that moment to smoke in the present moment for that time, that's a gift to us.
That is so true. I feel like I'm living in the present.
There's a ton of people that go to church and they smoke marijuana. The only difference here is we're not hiding it. That's why religion didn't really strike a chord with me, you know? But this type of thing is way better.
And some people don't even smoke, and they like the non-judgmental part of this.
When people are accepting cannabis use and spirituality, they're not going to want to go sit in a mega church and follow traditional worship. They're going to want to have a more meaningful experience. I think the brick and mortar church is going to be going away.
Interesting. But yeah, I mean, there's. Oh my god, this is hilarious.
I'm Sister Kate from Sisters of the Valley.
What do you mean I keep poofing out? Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on there. Maybe. They should be good. Let me know if there's any issue. I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter because, it's, you know, as long as y'all can hear me, it's really all that matters. Well, not that it matters that you can hear. You know what I'm saying. Because the video is more important.
And I'm Sister Evie from Sisters of the Valley. I am Aubrey Plaza from Wilmington.
I'm Sister Kate from Sisters of the Valley.
And I'm Sister Evie from Sisters of the Valley. I am Aubrey Plaza from Wilmington, Delaware.
Do you guys smoke marijuana?
Yes, we're the weed nuns.
I'm not a weed nun, but I do that.
Why do you guys grow weed?
The reason we grow weed is to support ourselves and also to create honorable spiritual jobs for women.
Oh wait, I don't know if these are. Yeah, I don't think they're actual nuns. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. Let me see if I can find one that's. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, this is clearly a joke. Not that one, a different one. Let's see. What's this? I want to hear what this guy's take is on cannabis. A warning to Orthodox Christians about the use of cannabis. Probably not positive.
When we're considering cannabis or marijuana, we need to understand, first of all, that cannabis and its use is completely at odds with the Christian life. It's completely incompatible with living an Orthodox Christian life.
No, it isn't.
Now, there are many liberal, modern groups that may disagree with this, but this
Modern?
is the
No,
Orthodox
dude,
perspective.
ancient.
And so for Orthodox Christians, this talk really is an explanation of the spiritual harm that the person who consumes cannabis places themselves. The contemporary world, particularly in America, where many US states are now legalizing the use and sale of cannabis,
How long was it illegal for?
the
Only
contemporary world is
150
completely at
years.
odds with Orthodox thinking about this. It's one of the examples of the way in which Orthodox teaching is completely in conflict with what the world is telling us.
No, dude.
And it's up to us to decide who we will hear. Will we listen to the world, or will we listen to the Orthodox faith? If we desire God, if we desire to make any kind of spiritual progress in the spiritual life, then we must understand that cannabis, marijuana, is a barrier to any kind of spiritual progress. Now, there will be some people seeking God who now begin to say, why? Why would this be so? Many people, when they hear this, will be resistant to it because they enjoy it. They enjoy the feelings that cannabis brings to them. There may be those who, though they may say they are not physically addicted, will have a spiritual or mental addiction to it, and so they are resistant to this message. Cannabis, in fact, has been used in many non-Christian religions throughout the history of time. It's listed as one of the 5 sacred plants in the Hindu Vedas. It's often associated, I know, with
You freaking genius. It's a holy plant in Christianity. Arguably, it is the holy plant in Christianity. Like, how can you be this ignorant? I mean, like, I really don't know how much of this is ignorance and how much of it is just, like how much of this is hatred and how much of this is ignorance, if that makes any sense.
with Shiva. And Shiva is said by many Hindus to have used cannabis as part of the process of meditation, entering into a meditative state. And many other religions too, Zoroastrianism, some Sufis say cannabis allows them to enter into the kind of spiritual state
I
that they
just
are
not know
seeking.
what he's talking about.
And of course, many pagan, shamanistic cults and religions use cannabis as part of this process of entering into what is really an altered state of consciousness, which they believe and argue is a spiritual state. This is at odds with Orthodox Christian teaching. Why then is Orthodox Christianity opposed to cannabis? Well, in the writings of the Church Fathers, one of the main obstacles, we're told, to any kind of spiritual development is fantasy. The use of the imagination, particularly in prayer, opens us.
I'm sorry, but if that's the case, I've got a bridge to sell you in the middle of nowhere. Like, what? You think you don't use imagination? Really? This is ridiculous.
Up to all kinds of deception, spiritual, demonic deception. The imagination is spiritually dangerous. It opens us up to the demonic realm, because it is at that peripheral part of the self that the demons are able to tempt us and create fantasy. And one of the main effects, of course, of cannabis is the stimulation of fantasy. So when a person uses cannabis, this encouragement of fantasy is really directly at odds with what the church fathers describe as a true spiritual condition. In fact, sobriety of the mind is one of the key essential components of the spiritual life. And the fathers warn us against everything that will distract us from this pursuit of sobriety of mind. Cannabis reduces our ability to develop and maintain sobriety of mind. Sobriety, which is a spiritual sobriety. And the fathers do identify this as one of the main impediments to spiritual change, to perception of truth. When our mind is filled with fantasy and imaginings, then to identify truth, the revealed truth of God, becomes impossible. Now, some argue that cannabis opens us up to the spiritual insights that they believe they are capable of, or even, dare I say, visions. Some people will claim, particularly in these shamanistic cults, to have visions under the influence of cannabis, marijuana. St. John Cassian warns us that to attempt to open the noetic eyes through drugs is sorcery. It is sorcery. God has dimmed the noetic sight to protect us. It is for our benefit. There are great ascetics, those who have progressed in the spiritual life, for whom these visions are revealed. But for the majority of us, it is hugely dangerous to do anything to art.
When you don't realize you're describing a cult, that it's okay for certain people to do it, but that they just have to be in certain higher place. Like, you're literally just justifying it based off of a hierarchy.
Artificially open noetic sight. It leaves us spiritually vulnerable.
It's like whatever happened to the hierarchy being God. They're trying to create their own hierarchy. It's like, if you think about it, the Orthodox Church had to make Jesus into a god in order to establish their own authority, basically shifting the authority from Jesus onto themselves and making God from God the Father into Jesus and melding the two. So eventually you have the church that basically gets viewed as equivalent with God, and then you can't go against the church because you're going against God. Even if it's like not direct and it's not explicit, it's very much implicit. And I mean, that's one of the reasons why I like Judaism, is because you don't have that type of centralized authority. Given you do have the issue with like a central rabbinate in Israel, because then you have that ability, but it's only within a specific location.
And St. John Cassian describes it as sorcery. Sorcery. And this is supported in the 5th chapter of the letter to the Galatians, in verse 20. The word there that is translated in English as sorcery, the warning against sorcery, in Greek, the word is pharmakia. Pharmakia. So we see a direct link, even in the scriptures.
So that's pretty funny. He's trying to make. I mean, I've heard this argument before. It's pretty laughable. Basically, trying to say that pharmakeia, which means pharmacy or essentially drug, so it means both medicine and poison, and it's because literally that's what drugs are. They can be a medicine or a poison, and it's all dependent on dosage. And so what happens is you have the King James Version, which translates it as witchcraft or sorcery, in order to basically establish herbalism as an evil. And I mean, given it's the type of taboos we have against natural medicine, which I even think natural medicine is kind of it's a it's almost like a it's a post or it's a it's a I forget how you explain it, but basically it's a response in the same way that orthodoxy is actually it's a response to reform. So sorry, 1 second. Sorry about that. 1 second. So, shoot, what was I saying? Dang it, I have to go back to remember.
Greek, the word
pharmakeia.
Pharmakeia.
Yeah, so pharmakeia, like at the end of the day, I think it's just a poor choice to call certain medicines natural medicine, because like at the end of the day, like most medicine was and is natural, given that's not the case nowadays. But it's like, why not just refer to, like, I don't know. Personally, I think that it's dangerous to create this sort of like, there's mainstream medicine versus natural medicine, because there still is plenty of natural medicines that are, used in regular medicine. But by the same note, it is necessary to realize there are plenty of medicines that not only they don't help, but they can actually make other conditions worse. But see, here's the thing: that's not a poison, no, because you're prescribed it, so it's a medicine. But some medicines have side effects. Those side effects are poisoning. Like, think about it; they really are. It's just they're not lethal poisoning, and so there's certain poisonings that people are able to put up with because they're getting the drug or the benefits or basically the medicine from others. So it's like people have this idea that medicine is good, but no, medicine is, and so drugs are, and like at the end of the day, it's not like drugs are bad and medicine is good, because drugs are medicine. Yeah. Here, 1 second.
Pharmakeia. So we see a direct link, even in the scriptures, particularly in the church fathers, between the use of chemicals and altered states of minds and sorcery. To enter into the state, the church fathers warn, removes us from true prayer. The experiences, the feelings that we may gain are not true prayer. They are false, they are fake, counterfeit. We must guard ourselves against all of this, because it is demonic deception. To enter into the state removes us from prayer and from God. It substitutes the reality of encounter with God and spiritual growth with these illusions, with feelings, with falsehood. It creates within us spiritual confusion. A spiritual confusion that can be to such a degree that the person experiencing it doesn't even recognize the confusion for what it is. This is its nature, the true nature of this confusion. The feelings, the fake experiences become, to the person who's convinced of them, the reality of spirituality. And it is deception. It is demonic deception. Of course, cannabis also has a physical impact as well as the spiritual. And of course, we can't separate them completely. We are one whole person. And so when we affect ourselves physically, we are affecting ourselves spiritually. The use of cannabis, categorically, it is known that it suppresses brain activity. The function of the brain is suppressed by cannabis. The brain has been
This guy does
scanned
not know what he's
countless.
talking about in the slightest. 1 second. All right.
cases of, in the tens of thousands of people have had brain scans, and it has been shown that cannabis ages the brain prematurely. This is not something many people realize. The number one cause of premature brain aging is schizophrenia. That can age the brain by up to 10 years prematurely. But of all the different things that can prematurely age the brain, alcohol, tobacco, other diseases, cannabis is second. Cannabis is the second most aging impact on the human brain. We need to take this on board. The reason for this is because the use of cannabis slows down the flow of blood to the brain. And this has a physical detrimental effect, of course.
Wow, that's actually really scary. I wonder, how long have people been able to get away with literally just pulling shit out of their asses? I mean, pardon my language, but this is what he's doing. Like, this is just, wow. I mean, this is evil. Let's see, what's this? Yes, don't breathe the air of the ancient temples because it is full of evil. How does one encounter God? What's the difference between God and your own brain? I mean, that's probably a topic for another day, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's this idea of the microcosm versus the macrocosm, and there is this connection, but it's not to say they are the same thing. Let's see, isn't that stance an attack against God? Which stance? I didn't start smoking until I was 21. Pretty sure my brain development was over by then. Yeah, I mean, I didn't start using until I was after high school, but I mean, in my case, I don't know how much development my brain could do if I was constantly in pain from, just because I have a lot of joint issues. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that people should wait as long as they can, not only for, like, oh, one second. Sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, I think people should wait as long as they can, because not only will you get more, bang out of it for your buck, so to speak, because people tend to get a lot more addicted the earlier they start. And so not only will that mean you're going to spend a lot more money, but it's also going to mean that you're probably going to not get the same effect. And I mean, at the end of the day, why do something if it's not even fun? And it's like, if you're just doing it in order to do it, then it's like, I don't know. But it's a very, very individual thing. And I think that, it shouldn't be marketed as, oh, it's not a drug, it's natural, it's a plant. It's like the stupidest argument. Drug literally just means dried plant. Saying that drug means like, pharmaceutical or synthetic is literally like this is why we need ancient studies. This is why we need, the study of etymology, because if people don't know this stuff, that's how you get people making these ridiculous claims, on both sides of the argument. Oh yeah. Almost everything coming out of his mouth is an attack on a personal relationship with God. Not only that, interestingly enough, if there is this connection between the Holy Spirit and cannabis, well, you're able to be forgiven for blaspheming against Jesus, but not against the Holy Spirit. And this is just really interesting, because in a lot of ways, that's exactly what he's doing. But, it's just my 2 cents. I don't speak for the Holy Spirit, which I mean, this kind of raises a question. Did Jesus speak for the Holy Spirit? Because I really think that Christianity has put way more of an emphasis on Jesus than on the Holy Spirit, when in reality, the Holy Spirit is what Christianity is about. The chrism is literally about the Holy Spirit. It's not about Jesus. Like, Christ has nothing to do with the idea of like Messiah as a savior. It has everything to do with the idea of being anointed. Oh yeah, it's definitely the least side effects of any meds I've used also. But anyway, here, let's continue.
So it lowers blood flow, and as it lowers blood flow, the brain is being damaged. It has a permanent impact on the physiology of the brain. If we are to treat the body as the temple of God, then yes, there are many things that we should guard against. We should guard against excess of alcohol. of sugars and salts and all these things that will harm us. But unless even alcohol, which can become habitual in alcoholism, frequent and constant use of cannabis, even twice a week, will permanently change the brain. The brain can recover from other things, but cannabis leaves its permanent mark. It has a detrimental effect. And of course, teenage use of cannabis, it has been shown through many pieces of research that those who use cannabis in their teenage years are far more likely to suffer from depression and suicide, even in their early 20s. So we have to be careful. What we are facing here when we talk about cannabis is really the wisdom of the world versus the wisdom of God. The wisdom of God revealed to us through the fathers, through the teachings of the church. We are called always, in every aspect of our lives, to repent, to be obedient to the teachings of the church, because this is the way that God has revealed the road to salvation to us. And if we listen to the wisdom of the world, we are listening to the voice of death. The voice of life is there found in
He's
the teachings
literally
of the
inverting
church.
it.
Now, some people will convince themselves that cannabis is harmless, but this is self-deception. Do not be deceived by the things of this world. Let us know with clarity in our hearts the use of cannabis is a sin. And if we use cannabis, we must repent.
Wow, what an insane person. It's just so bizarre. I really don't know what to make of that. Let's see. Cannabis Judaism. Let's see.
Well, friends, it's time to maybe light some incense, clear the week, connect below and up. And here's the question. Was the high priest in the ancient Jewish temple high? And cannabis, where does it come from? And can it really be already time to legalize? All this and more in this week's Word, offering some passwords to the riddles of our lives and dismantling patriarchy one word at a time. And this week's word is knebosim, or in English, cannabis. So there is that tent of time, Oel Moed, the Mishkan, the tabernacle as it's known, which has been consecrated. And last week we talked about the outfits, and this week they're talking about the incense that connected the below and the above with a pillar of smoke in that and many modern sacred spaces. What was in that incense mix? You might want to know. Well, there are 11 secret ingredients, not so secret. One of them is something called knebosim. Say knebosim 5 times fast. Knebosim, knebosim. So scholars over generations have been wondering whether the therapeutic, healing, sometimes psychedelic aspect of cannabis were part of what was in our ancient Semitic culture. And that's a very likely possibility. Knebosem does show up as this fragrant reed in chapter 30 of the book of Exodus that describes in this complicated Torah portion how the fragrant sense of connection was part of the experience of coming to meet oneself and the divine. Cannabis is complicated. whether you are a user or not, whether you are judging it or not, whether it's being legalized in your state or not. It is obviously a place where we can understand moderation. We can appreciate Mother Nature's wisdom and know that even in Jewish tradition, it's been there as a way to maybe open up our mind and our hearts a little better. And we are hoping that in today's culture, as many of us appreciate its gifts and challenges, it will become a source of less contention and certainly less injustice that impacts some of us more than others and opens up the doors to healing and to health in so many ways. Just ask Martha Stewart. So Knei Bosem shows up in the Torah. It is part of the ancient incense, and the trick is moderation. I once asked a venerable rabbi, "Hey, rabbi, what's the deal with weed?" And he said, the only question is who's the master and who's the servant? If you're in charge and know to moderate and appreciate it for what its gifts, go for it. If you are enslaved to it, not so great. So there you have it, folks. From the ancient temple to your Shabbat, find ways to moderate and contemplate, to connect heaven and earth, to do what it can in the middle of COVID, in the middle of so much, to take care of yourself safely, lovingly, in a sacred way. This is Word, 1 week at a time, one word per riddle, dismantling patriarchy, one breath at a time. Shabbat Shalom.
So that was really interesting. So, let's see. One second. Let's see. Let's see, what's this?
Okay, so when it comes to really assessing anything from a Jewish perspective, any topic that we want to understand according to Judaism, we need to first identify what the issues and the concerns are. Any particular topic will have a number of potential issues and concerns, and then we have to be able to analyze each of these potential concerns to evaluate the general issue. So when it comes to looking at the general topic of recreational drug use, there are a number of potential concerns that arise, and I'd like to basically share those with you tonight. First of all, I guess one of the simplest things to take care of, get it out of the way, is that the Talmud mentions a number of times the concept of dina de malchusa dina, which means the law of the land is the law. So if we're living in a city or in a municipality, a state, a country, where a drug like marijuana is against the law, it would be a problem according to Judaism as well. Now, one of the more serious concerns when it comes to consuming anything according to Judaism are potential health concerns. This becomes an overarching template that really applies to anything that we consume, anything that we do, right? From bungee jumping to jumping out of a plane. We have to ask the question from a Jewish point of view, how does it affect our health? The Torah says in the book of Devarim, chapter 4, verse 15, that we have to be extremely careful about our souls. Now, in context, that chapter is dealing with our spiritual health, but our sages took that to mean as well our physical health. We have to be extremely careful about maintaining our physical health. Anything that would endanger or cause any harm to ourselves and our health is a serious problem. According to the Torah, we cannot damage ourselves or cause any harm to ourselves in any way whatsoever. The Torah takes this so seriously that the Talmud teaches in Tractate Chulin 10a, Chamura sakanta midi isura, which means that we have to be more careful about whether something is potentially dangerous than even whether it's kosher or not kosher. So, for example, when you're going to the supermarket to buy food and you check to see if the ingredients are kosher, what the Talmud is saying, you have to be even more careful to make sure that none of the ingredients is potentially harmful. So if you're concerned about the kashrus, whether it's ritually kosher, the Talmud is saying even stricter we have to be when it comes to whether the thing we're going to consume is potentially harmful to us. And so with that template in mind, we have to ask the question, are there any potential health risks, either physical or psychological, when it comes to recreational drugs? That becomes an extremely serious concern. And if there are any risks or potential risks, not just actual risks, even if it's potentially harmful, the Torah would not condone its use. The Torah also teaches us in the book of Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 19:14, Lifnei iver lo titen nichshol, before the blind do not place a stumbling block. Now, to me, what this would teach us in terms of how it's related to the topic at hand is there may be things about the use of recreational drugs that are not necessarily health risks or health problems, but there can be secondary issues that come as a result of recreational drugs. For example, becoming dependent or addicted to a substance, even if it's not unhealthy to us physically or psychologically, just being dependent and addicted to something has its own series of concerns, its own series of problems. Another problem, another issue, is that some seemingly innocuous substances can become gateway drugs, leading to more dangerous ones. So even if we were to identify a recreational drug that seems to be fairly harmless, again, I'm not resolving the issue here, I'm raising the issue. Is it possible that it could lead to indulging in other drugs that can be more dangerous? And then a third issue, which is not totally remote, is that if we become dependent and addicted to certain substances, could that lead to potential criminal activity in order to support or maintain our habit? So those are all potential fallouts from engaging in recreational drug use. I would say they would fall into the category of before the blind don't put a stumbling block. Now, Rav Moshe Feinstein, who is the greatest halachic authority, greatest authority on Jewish law at the end, the second half of the 20th century, he wrote a famous responsa, a famous argument, really listing about a half a dozen problems with the use of recreational drugs. And he says that one of the problems is that the craving and dependence that can be brought on by drug use is similar, he says, to what the Bible describes in the Ben Sora Umora, the rebellious son in Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 18, who develops a continuous desire for gluttonous eating. I'm not sure that Rav Moshe was referring to the munchies that are brought on when you overindulge in pot. But certainly he compares the person who becomes essentially addicted to their drug of choice, and it's similar to the rebellious son in the Bible who just has this continuous desire to stuff himself with food. And Rav Moshe says that at least food is a legitimate and important need of the body, whereas consuming drugs, you cannot make that excuse, cannot give that as a parallel. Another issue is that our sages in number of places in our literature have condemned drunkenness in general. For example, the Talmud teaches in Brachos 31b that if a person is drunk, they're not allowed to pray. They're not allowed to pray. And the truth is that we know that when people get high or drunk, they lose their inhibitions and they lower their guard against all kinds of other immoral behaviors. So just the state of drunkenness or being high is not necessarily an optimal state to be living a spiritual life. One of the teachings of the Kutzker Rebbe that I love to quote, the Kutzker would always say that I don't avoid sin so much because it's wrong. He said, I avoid it because there isn't time. Meaning that we have a limited amount of time in life. And the truth is that people who get high, for them, that often becomes an activity. I remember hearing once a woman from Israel was explaining to her friends in Israel, what is it like living in the United States? So she said to her friends in Israel, you know what the United States is like? And everyone was listening. And she said, shopping, 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 shopping. I mean, in other countries, you go shopping when you need stuff. You have to buy some food, you need clothing. But here in North America, shopping becomes an activity. We go to the mall. As teenagers, we hang out at the mall. That's a use of our time that the Kutzker would say could be put to use better doing other things, growing spiritually, learning, improving ourselves, working on our character traits. And so for people who get involved with using drugs, it's usually an activity, and it's an activity that's done regularly, and that can be seen certainly.
You know, it's interesting. These probably not best character witness right now, just seemingly because of that. But no, basically, I think what he's saying though is like, you know, why are you doing it? Are you using it to get high? And I think like at the end of the day, like, yeah, I mean, people don't smoke weed to not get high. Like, that much is clear. But it's more so, are you doing it just to get high? Or, like, you know, are you doing that in order to not be in pain? Or are you doing that in order to do art? I mean, given it's also, like, if you become dependent on, I mean, with pain, like, if you're going to be in pain regardless of whether you use it or not, or, like basically, it's not like the pain goes away if you don't use it. I mean, so, but in the case of, say, what was the other example? Sorry, it's difficult when I don't have someone else here to dialogue with and remind me what I just said, because, what was it? So if it, pain versus something like, yeah, I mean, because basically if you're, it's something like art. Like if you're, because with art, I mean, people can definitely become dependent on something like cannabis in order to do art. And it's like, I mean, I do think that's something that, you know, needs to be talked about, where it's like, you know, if you do end up, I mean, in some ways it's kind of like, you know, if you always drive a car, you never really have to walk very far. And so you end up, you know, not being conditioned to walk very far. But let's see. I'm going to try to find one that's a bit more. Let's see. What's this? Marijuana. That exclamation mark.
What's wrong with smoking marijuana? When you smoke marijuana, you get happy. What's wrong with that? In the 60s, we used to call it dope. You know why? You get stoned and you're hitchhiking. Now, hitchhiking when you're stoned is great. You don't care if a car comes or not. Everything's great the way it is. And then a car stops and you wonder, what is it? Oh, and then you remember you jump in and he says, where you going? Such a heavy car. Oh, I know what he means. That way. And off you go. So what's wrong if a guy wants to get dopey once in a while? I'll tell you what's wrong with it. When you smoke marijuana, You get euphoria. Euphoria means excitement, intense joy. So what's wrong with that? Tell you what's wrong with it. You got a splinter. It really hurts. So what do? Take a pain pill. No. You treat the wound. You take the splinter out and treat the wound. When you're smoking dope to be happy, you're covering up your problems in life. Why are you not excited about life? Why are you not seeking God in your life? There's a guy that comes here every day stoned for 30 years. And he stands by the coat and goes, wow, wow. Don't you see it, man? What's going on? He's got the munchies. You know what the munchies are? When you're not stoned and there's a chocolate bar, you like it, you take a piece. But if you're stoned, you eat the whole bar and you want two more. That's what he's doing here. Instead of seeing the real spiritual truth that's here, he's getting off on his animal inclination. And the worst thing about it is, because of this, he never did the work he was supposed to do to see what's really here. He's using.
Yeah, sounds like this guy's just being very judgy. He has no clue what this other guy has, going on in his life.
Perfume instead of soap. Because of this, he never did the work he was supposed to do to see what's really here. He's using perfume instead of soap.
The question of halachic status, the rabbinic opinion on whether marijuana is kosher or not kosher, is very high on the agenda. In fact, we know that wine is addictive. We've had alcoholics forever. We're not sure that cannabis is addictive. It can become addictive. You'll add all sorts of ingredients to make it addictive. Yeah, well, that's what they did with cigarettes. So what is the difference between alcohol and drugs? From what I can tell, the real difference is the effect that it has. And you can tell me if you agree with this or not. Alcohol relaxes your inhibitions. It affects your emotions. When you get drunk, or at least a little high on alcohol, you just don't care anymore. In the Torah, it says that the Kohen, when he comes to serve in the temple, is not allowed to have had any wine or alcohol. And if he comes into the temple a little boozed up, it's a severe punishment for it. But if a guy was putting on tefillin and he was drunk, not fall down drunk, but did he not fulfill the mitzvah? He fulfilled the mitzvah. But if his mind was altered and he puts on tefillin, has he fulfilled the mitzvah? That's a huge question. Now we know that when you perform a circumcision on an infant, unless there are circumstances that make it absolutely necessary, we do not give the child anesthetic. Why not? Well, first of all, the anesthetic may hurt more than the circumcision, but also because the whole point of the mitzvah is that the body should experience it. If you numb the body, you've destroyed the mitzvah. In other words, if you alter the natural condition, then the mitzvah is not performed in reality.
Ooh, Amon would have some interesting thoughts on this. I can only imagine.
So it's not a mitzvah. So is there a difference between a person who's a little drunk and puts on tefillin, or a person who's a little high and puts on tefillin. It may very well be. Being drunk does not alter your reality. In fact, you may even be more relaxed and appreciate the mitzvah. Whereas with the drugs, it's not you putting on the tefillin.
What?
This is not the real you. This is the altered you. So who's performing the mitzvah?
Oh my God.
Who gets credit for it? You or the drugs? So we're going to have marijuana doing a lot of mitzvahs.
Yeah,
Rabbi Feinstein, many, many years ago, ruled that you're not allowed to use marijuana because it wrecks the body. Now, you can argue that that was many years ago. Back then, the medical world believed that it is physically dangerous and destructive. And so Rabbi Feinstein, following the medical opinion, ruled that you're not allowed, because you're not allowed to harm your body. But now that the medical world has changed its opinion, and now claims that there is no harm and it is not dangerous and it doesn't destroy your body, does that ruling still hold? So here we come to a really important, fascinating definition of what Jewish law is all about. If the medical world says that this is dangerous, then of course the halacha, the rabbis, the Torah is going to rule against it. In other words, the physical reality determines the halacha. Or is it the opposite? God determines reality. If the halacha says, whether it's Rabbi Akiva from the Gemara or Rabbi Feinstein from, where was it? Far Rockaway? Where did he live? Lower East Side. Either way, if the halacha says this is forbidden, that's the reality. This is God's opinion of marijuana. And therefore, it shouldn't be surprising that it will cause some physical harm. We have a Sunday night program for VIPs that you might be interested in.
It's like there's just so much misinformation around cannabis.
It's questions and answers.
It would be funny if it wasn't so sad.
Into the dry, harsh Negev desert, a landscape molded by the immense geological forces of time. Home to Bedouin nomads for thousands of years, the ruins of the past sit largely unchanged since they were abandoned out here during the ancient world. One of those ancient sites, pinpricking this endless sea of dust and sand, is known today as Tel Arad. Built atop the ruins of an ancient Canaanite city of the Bronze Age, home to a pair of fortresses that long ago during the Iron Age once flanked the southern border of the Kingdom of Judah. Home to the Israelites of the Old Testament.
Yeah, I mean, I like him, but I do think that there's just so much misinformation that's like, it's not on him personally. It's just, I mean, so because you also have to keep in mind this whole idea of, you know, like the, was it like Dina Medina Dina, like the law of the land is the law. And so with that, I mean, they're just following, you know, that, but now that things are changing, it's not so simple. But yeah, I mean, the menorah. I noticed this is the first time I ever grew a cannabis plant. It is a menorah. Like, I'm not joking. I probably sound like some sort of like pareidolia or like that I'm just seeing patterns. But no, I'm telling you, it's the way that it grows, just a natural way. If you don't if you don't screw around, you don't trim it or anything, just the initial formation is the shape of the menorah. It's not perfectly like this, but more or less. So imagine if you have the menorah, but rather than just having it going out on two sides, it would be on all four sides. So you'd have all four directions. That's what a cannabis plant looks like. And you would have the nodes so you have north to south on the same axis, and then east to west would be in between the nodes of north and south. It's really fascinating. One time when I'm at that stage again, I'll actually probably make a post about it, because it's really fascinating. Honestly, it's amazing.
In the 1960s, archaeologists working here identified an ancient shrine of those protagonists of the Bible, dating to between 760 and 715 BC. Whilst fascinating and providing unique archaeological insights into the early form of Judaism practiced here, the shrine took its place in a long list of similarly incredible finds made during this formative period of Israeli archaeology. Now, in 2020, when researchers reinvestigated the two central limestone pillars of this shrine, situated in the Holy of Holies in the inner sanctum of the temple, using all the techniques of modern analysis, an astonishing discovery was made. Alongside traces of frankincense found on one of the pillars, clear evidence of another commodity was found on the other. A psychoactive compound, cannabis, burned on this ancient altar in order to induce a collective high for the worshippers here. Many faiths and religious creeds across the world have used psychotropic drugs to induce states of ecstasy and religious devotion down the ages. Evidence of this is found all over the world. However, this is the first verifiable concrete evidence of the practice existing in the early form of Judaism, giving entirely new meaning to Moses and the burning bush. So then, we have to ask the question, was this practice still in use by the time of Jesus? Let's take a look. From the high peaks of the Andes to the harsh steppes of Inner Asia, to the coffee shops of 18th century England, evidence of humans entering altered states of consciousness can be found all over the world, in all eras of history. The same as the animal world. Accept it or not, there is something about changing our frames of mind that has always been a part of our species. There's even a fringe argument that it was the reason we evolved to our current state of existence in the first place. Our ancient ancestors helped along the way by mushrooms out on the open savanna. We know Neolithic people used alcohol and other substances for medical and recreational activities. Bronze Age Greeks used opium in their rituals to induce ecstasy. For the ancient people of Tiwanaku on the shores of Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, it was coca, a form of cocaine. Scythian mummies have been found with cannabis amongst their grave goods, along with written accounts describing their fascination with the plant. Clearly, an important part of ritual to be buried alongside it. And perhaps most notable of all for the early Israelites, the archaeological sites of the Philistines, a people possibly originating in parts of ancient Greece, have been found to contain psychoactive compounds. Now it seems the early Israelites, or at least some of them, were no different. The use of drugs amongst the early Jewish people has long been hypothesized, usually by outsider scholars, free from the constraints of peer review, to riff away on a whim about Jesus being a mushroom. But where did the cannabis used by these Iron Age Israelites come from exactly? For this isn't a plant native to the Middle East.
Oh, holy crap. Wow. Thank you for making that connection. So, think about it. Why is the menorah a symbol of Judaism? Well, it has to do with the seven branches. But what else has seven? Seven petioles on the leaf. So you have you basically have seven I mean, you could view it like, oh, I'm gonna have to ask Amon about this, because we were talking last night about the root of Hecate being from Heka, 100, and that the Hecatoncheires were the 100-handed ones. So, well, what if you have, say, 7 arms, and then you have a bunch of hands? Wait, how are we talking about? I feel like I might be missing something. But about this. All right, was that directed at me specifically? Because I am having surgery. But yeah, I mean, I do also avoid opiates if I can help it. I mean, mainly just because I don't like the effect. But at the end of the day, it does help with pain. The only downside, though, is that if you take it for basically, you should only take it for pain that's excruciating, that like you can't get out of any other way. Because yeah, they did bring it up. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, opiates, they actually because they block pain receptors, when you go off of them, it actually makes the pain feel worse. Or like, so sometimes people, like, going off of it, they'll actually experience the pain even though it's been long gone, just because the pain receptors are like so like numbed. It's almost like when your foot falls asleep and then when it wakes up, how it's like really uncomfortable, and it's like almost like ticklish, but like a really bad type. But also, so I'm probably going to end off it for 420 of the stream, just to keep with the theme. Also because I do have to get going. But yeah, I mean, you should definitely try to avoid opiates if you can, because it's not like getting off of them isn't fun. Even if you're not like addicted or anything, getting off of them still isn't fun, just because you start to experience the things that it was deadening.
Weed is thought to have originated in Asia, either somewhere in what is now southeastern Russia, in China,
yeah, definitely,
or, according to a recent study of fossil pollen, high up on the Tibetan plateau. No cannabis seeds or pollen remains have ever been found in the ancient Near East, heavily suggesting that the substance was an imported one, carried along the ancient Silk Road not too dissimilar to other highly prized products of frankincense, gold, and myrrh. Perhaps traded by Scythian merchants or middlemen working on their behalf. Nevertheless, we now know that cannabis was in Judah in significant amounts in the 8th century BC. Which brings us back to Tel Arad, a rare example of an inner sanctum that provides substantial evidence of the goings-on at the very centre of religious life here, just before conquest by the Assyrians and the Babylonians respectively. Two mighty empires whose influence would ultimately change the society of Judah forever, due in part to the destruction of the First Temple. Though remnants of the Jewish First Temple no doubt exist underneath Jerusalem today, little archaeology can be carried out due to the cultural sensitivities associated with the site for all the Abrahamic religions. Sites like Tel Arad therefore provide useful insights into what the Holy of Holies at the center of the First Temple might have looked like. Perhaps cannabis was burned there too.
Yeah, let's just finish this video and then
later mistranslated or consciously removed from the Bible down the long centuries. We know that at Tel Arad, this was a Jewish temple due to the items found here, such as a pottery sherd mentioning it as the house of Yahweh, along with other marks of allegiance to Jerusalem, clearly showing the political and religious affiliation of the garrison housed here. This was an important place, and it doesn't seem to have been a heretical splinter group. Thus, the use of cannabis may have even been a mainstream part of ritual life, sanctioned and used by the temple in Jerusalem. Thanks to the dry climate of the desert, the preservation of this shrine is remarkable. One limestone pillar dedicated to frankincense. No surprise there, given its prominence in holy texts, and its use continuing today.
Yeah. So it's worth noting.
The other pillar was initially found to contain animal fat, suggested to be an altar for sacrifice, or incense burning, though no evidence of incense.
So, interesting about this, we do know that there's this tradition of like dust from the earth being connected with Asherah or the Gehenna. And so the fact that it was covered over with earth and not destroyed means it wasn't desecrated by being made dirty. It was literally preserved with the earth. Like, given this might be a sort of reconstruction, but it's very clear they still revered the temple. Otherwise, if they didn't, they would have just destroyed it, because they had no issue destroying temples of foreign gods. So why didn't they destroy this one? It's because it wasn't foreign.
Sense was ever found. The matter was soon laid to rest, and the shrine transferred to the Israel Museum. It's only in the last few years that reinvestigations began, and the dark material found on the second altar could finally be conclusively identified as cannabis. About 50 other altars similar to the pair found at Tel Arad have so far been discovered in the Levant, mainly in the territories that once housed the two Israelite kingdoms of Judah and Israel, as well as Philistine city-states along the Mediterranean coast. All similar cultures in the centuries before conquest by the Assyrian Empire. Now the race is on to confirm the extent of this cultic use of cannabis, in order to decipher just how widespread, if at all, this usage was. It's notable that the Hebrew Bible doesn't appear to mention cannabis. However, we know that the people of Judah used another mind-altering substance in their rituals: grape wine. So, how long did this ritual use of cannabis continue in ancient Jewish religion? And was it still used by the time of Jesus in the 1st century AD? So far, tantalizingly little is known. Lots of speculation, very little hard fact. Hopefully, as time goes on, and even more advances are made in archaeology, more might be learned about this formative era in human history. Until then, all we can do is wonder.
If you're interested in learning more about the Iron Age, the fascinating period of history this video took place in, I just made an hour-long full-length documentary charting the entire rise and fall of the Assyrian Empire, the greatest in the world at the time. Go and check it out here. And more than 100 other videos I've made on my main channel, History Time.
Highly recommend y'all do.
You've been watching Archaeology News. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell me what you think in the comments, and I'll see you on the next one.
So, yeah, really fascinating, and definitely a subject that I want to talk about more in the future and like prepare something so that we're not just, watching stuff. This is sort of my welcome back stream, but anyway. So, yeah. Oh, I'm big into archaeology as well, but yeah, now is probably a good place to close out. So, here goes nothing.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, Mashiach now, we don't want to wait.